Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
It really is just like that, you know, every morning. Hello, how are you? Welcome to Sewing Street. It is Tuesday. It is also National Dress Up Your Pet and Organise Your Home Day. So that's the rest of the day planned. But stay with us here on Sewing Street because I've got wonderful guests, wonderful demos, wonderful products, and a wonderful early bird to start with. I don't think anybody noticed. Now, our early bird. How many times have you thought, I wish I had an extra finger? Jane? Yes, frequently. Jane Greenoff. Yes, I've often thought, I wish I had an extra finger. And this is the sewer's extra finger. Never been reduced before. This really is one of those things, once you've got one, you start thinking of all the extra ways you might use it. But essentially, while you are sewing, especially on your machine, holding down, either hand, holding down, binding, piecing. Might be that you're holding that last little bit of a seam that so often fishtails, but you can hold it there. It's like having a stiletto. You can use either side or both together. They are really useful bits of kit, this. Also brilliant if you do turned edge applique, starch and press, anything like that. Really useful. Never been reduced. It should be $9.99. We're dropping the price today to $7.99. Now, I don't have loads of these. If you want to get an extra finger or two, one on each hand. Apparently, I heard that Anne Boleyn had an extra finger. Anne Boleyn. Anne Boleyn. I mispronounced her name earlier, and I'm not going to be allowed to forget it. Anne Boleyn apparently had an extra finger. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. It's called polydactyly, isn't it? Well, now everybody can be polydactyly. With an extra finger. They are from Hemline. The quality is brilliant. I think it's really stylish too, isn't it? It's like a stiletto, but two-pronged. I think it's like having two extra fingers. Morning to Donna, who says, good morning, everyone. And morning, Anne, who says, good morning, lovely Stuart. Thank you, my darling. Good morning. Oh, go on. Oh. Hannah's gone off on a tangent now. She's researching people with extra fingers. But she doesn't recognise any of them because they're not on YouTube or Tickety-Tockety. Who knew? Anyway, the extra finger. It's a Hemline product. It's the sewer's extra finger. It's great when you wish you had more fingers. And you can use it to hold down seams, hold your piecing in place while you sew. And also perhaps if you're a bit nervous about getting your fingers too close to the machine, you can just do it with these instead. Very, very useful. You're saving £2 today. It's our early bird. And remember, once you've paid your postage, you've paid your postage for the whole day. £4.95 cap postage. Oh, excuse me. Just get that out of the way now. Fabulous. Who did you find with an extra finger, Hannah? I'm curious now. No. No. Oh, blues musician called Hound Dog Taylor. I've got this extra finger. Do-do, do-do. It comes in so useful. Do-do, do-do. I can grab more chips. Do-do, do-do. When we share a bowl. Do-do, do-do. Let's do the menu. Shall we move on? Let's move on. Right. The Jane I kept talking to is Jane Greenoff, of course, and she's here with new cross-stitch guild, the Georgian House Pincushion, and actually we've got other lovely things too, but that Georgian House Pincushion, already flying out, the brand new black work. Look at this. How gorgeous is that? It's the little Georgian House Pincushion, absolutely adorable, available on Ada and linen, you choose. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Right, now that first hour is actually going on for a full 90 minutes. So we're 8 till 9:30. At 9:30, I've got an hour of fabric and tools, and then at 10:30, we've got bag making with Emily Roberts, and that is also an hour and a half show. At 12 o'clock, brand new products in that hour, by the way. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got Brother Machines. Now, just a top tip, if you've missed out on Emily Roberts' zip jig, something I think as a bag maker is essential, we have got the biggest ever stock of her zip jig in today, okay? I mean, we haven't got loads, even though we've got the biggest stock ever. They're still going to sell out, but if you want to jump onto the website now and buy yours and check out and know that you've got yours, I would do that. Now, it's easy to shop with us here at Sewing Street. You can call our call centre 0800 001 4433. It's completely free. Based in the UK, they're here in the building with us. Or you can go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. And then when you get there, you can watch us live online. You can, if you click there, you'll then see everything we've got on the shows. We've either got the things that have been on the show or what's coming up. Basically like pre-order. You can see all of Jane Greenoff's fabulous new cross-stitch. We've got some beautiful hardanger. We've got both of her books, the Stitch book and hardanger. Absolutely fantastic, well worth getting. We've also got some lovely Janet Clare fabric. We've got some great tools, some essentials, a great time to stock up. Batting seam tape, get yours while you can. The other thing, get yours while you can, is the new Untamed collection 5-inch charm pack. 42 5-inch charm squares from Tula's new range, and we've never had this before. This, again, will surely sell out, possibly before we get to it, so grab yours too. Now, back in stock, the Creative Grids seam guides. We love these, the 9-inch and the 15-inch version. Stripology XL has not been in stock this year, so this is its first time. First time. If you've been saving that Christmas money, hoping that we'd get it back in stock, we have today. It's the Stripology XL. One of our most popular products. Now, another top tip from me, Tula Pink's Untamed collection, 50-weight spool collection, 12 beautiful spools of thread. Oh my goodness, the value for money in that set is off the charts. Possibly the most economical way of buying quality thread known to man. And look at those colours, juicy and beautiful. That makes my mouth water. Yummy. And then, of course, Emily Roberts' fabulous bag tools. There are so many options now, So many options, including brand new. There it is. It's the corner accent tool. These are cute. These are so cute. They're to create those gorgeous little decorative corners and strengthening corners on bags. You know, you can do them in leather, cork, fabric, vinyl. Look great. And there's the zip jig. So take a note of that code, RFEB09. You can choose as a drop-down menu, pink or teal, but grab yours now because they always sell out. This is our biggest ever stock, but they always sell out. Last hour, Brother Sewing Machines. We're on single figures of the Brother Innovis MV1100. It is a fabulous machine with 160 pounds worth of extra quilting kit thrown in for nothing. Absolutely brilliant deal. It really is the complete package. Right, it is time to move on. It is time for Cross Stitch Guild. Jane, you're on. Jane Greenoff, everybody.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Same to you, darling.
Happy New Year, 2025.
I know, how is that possible?
It feels like only yesterday I was getting ready for the millennium.
Yeah, no, I know. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
It really is. Now, you've brought us something brand new and rather exciting, very exciting in
Well,
fact.
this is, we did a collection of things last year. We did the tiles, which I know you all enjoyed. So this time we're doing 6 little houses. Now,
Oh, so it's a collection.
it's a collection. So if
First
I
of a
just
collection.
take the pins out, the theory is that it is a pincushion, but you could have a set of these standing on a chimney breast
It'll
or
be
on a
lovely.
shelf. It'd be really pretty.
And if I didn't
obviously-
have a chimney breast?
Sorry, say again?
If I didn't have a chimney breast?
Just a shelf,
Yeah.
little table
Fabulous.
somewhere.
I would do that with them, definitely.
So if I just show you these, that's the Georgian
So
House.
cute.
You can see that it's got a little bit of decoration at the sides. The back's plain, so it's intended to be either against a wall or flat on its bottom. And when you get the kit for these,
So
everything's in there
gorgeous.
except the contents of it. What do you
Yes, so
suppose
what
is
would
in
you
there?
put inside?
Well, mine's got rice in, dry
Any particular
rice.
kind?
No, cheap, actually. My favourite filling for all my pincushions and things is a combination of rice and lavender petals.
Oh, lovely.
It's nice, it makes the place smell lovely.
Have you used walnut shells?
No, I haven't.
Ground walnut shells?
Where would you get them? I just
We
don't know where.
have them on the website.
Well, there you are.
Sharpening your
Or-
pins.
Yes.
Love to get you
That's
some.
no-
Have
yes.
Try it.
Another example. So somebody asked me once how you dry rice, and I realised that some people obviously buy it in the packs that are cooked. So it's raw rice.
Microwavable pouch.
Yes.
You
all
don't
right.
cook it.
You don't cook it. Okay, so how stuffed you make it, it's up to you. I like them heavy, and so they sit on my work table.
I like plumptious.
Plumptious, yes, exactly that. So the whole thing is worked in cross stitch. You can work it on Ada or linen. And just to give you a tips.
Jen, I love the idea of building up a little row of
Well, a
houses.
little row of houses.
And are they going to be? Are they coming monthly?
Yes. So we'll go monthly. There'll be a different thing to collect from June onwards.
Love it.
So I've
What's
just-
coming next?
So
What's
this is
coming
going to be the
next?
flower shop.
Oh, look at this.
So you can see
You've
the
got to start your collection today,
you
everybody.
can see the shape you stitch. And that's going to be a little thatched cottage.
Adorable,
And a
adorable.
little black and white house.
Oh,
And then there's 2 more to come, which
at
are still on
that.
my drawing board, or should I say my
Are
computer.
they?
Yes, so we're working on, as I said, the flower shop's ready and very pretty. And it will sit very happily next to this in an offset row.
I think it's a fabulous,
nice?
fabulous idea. I love three-dimensional
Yes,
things.
things I do too.
And it's a different way of displaying your work as well, isn't it?
It also doesn't have to be framed, which I know frames are lovely, but it's costly, isn't it?
Yeah, and also there's a limit to the wall space.
Yes, that's also true. I certainly haven't any.
Now, I've got 2 different kits. It's available on linen or Ada. Which one is yours worked on, Jane?
That's worked on linen.
Worked on linen. I mean, you don't see the fabric at the end of the day.
In this
at
one,
all.
no. It's just in the windows, because I didn't stitch those. but you could.
Okay. So I'm going to grab that. So here we go. So almost life size on the front cover. Absolutely gorgeous. Linen graphics. I don't believe it, Jane. Yeah, I'm always amazed at the value in your kits.
Oh.
This is amazing.
Good.
$14.99. You're adding a bit of rice and that's it. A needle. You need a needle.
It's in there.
You got your needle as well. Look, you've even got your faux silk
Yes,
for the back.
actually, I used this blue-grey, but we found, the girls at the office found this lovely antique silk lining fabric, which goes with it beautifully.
It's gorgeous.
Sits very comfortably with
Absolutely amazing.
With the
Can't
colour
believe the
of
price.
So
Can't
there
believe
you
the
are.
price.
My little
And you
house.
also get all of your threads in there. I'm going to open this one up so we can dive into the kit.
Yep, I can explain. I might find scissors for you, knowing what these things are like. Hang on.
Oh, this is the one that's held together with elephant spit, isn't it?
That's the one, yes, here we are.
Oh, well done, Jane.
If I do that, we've got a chance of shutting it up again, haven't we? We'll be in
You know, your
trouble.
kits are always so fantastically put together.
Well, we certainly try to. You know, when they're made, they're all done in our office. Everything happens in-house, so to
Yep.
speak. Let me grab that.
And it is about having that control over the quality and how things
Yes,
are put together
it
as well,
is.
isn't it? I think when you take it personally,
It
and you
makes
think,
a
what would I
difference.
want in a kit? And look, there you go. So you're getting your piece of linen, beautiful quality linen as always.
This is Zweigart-Sawicki's Cashel linen. Comes from
Easy for you to
Germany.
say.
I know. Well, I've seen it coming off the machines. I've been there 5 or 6 times, I think.
Oh, lovely.
There's the
Did you go with
colour
an extra
chart.
suitcase?
No, because they sent it on to me.
Oh, lovely.
So
Got all
there's
the
a
right people, don't you?
coloured chart and black and white. That's really because some of you I know love to colour in when you're stitching, and that makes that helpful. And also, when you've got similar colours, it's quite useful to be able to refer between.
I agree. It's amazing, isn't it, that Jane does all of this for $14.99. Now, I've got to let you know, 20% of the stock's already gone. We've only been on this for a couple of minutes. This is the linen version. There's also an Ada version if you like working on Ada.
Yes, it'll be the same physical size, and the only difference is you'll see the little squares where the window is in the little house. You've got a thread card, and if I show you here, down the bottom here, it tells you here, start with swatch 1. There's swatch 1, and it includes the very dark green.
That's this one.
So that's how you decide. So you do that one first, and then do that one, and that sorts them onto the card.
Brilliant.
And then here we've got, this is our classic. Now, years and years ago, I asked my wonderful Ethan, who is our graphics man from the Guild for centuries now, I gave him a list of what I wanted on here, and he contacted me and said, are you saying you want it on one sheet of A4? And I said, yes, please, unless you think something could be cut out. He said, well, there's no point in cutting anything, it's all useful. So he's got it all on, so it shows you cross-stitch on Ada, cross-stitch on linen, how to finish off at the back, how to do a French knot, how to backstitch around the edges. And this is fractional stitches, which I'm not actually certain. Let me just have a little checkette.
So you could be a complete beginner
Yes.
and do this.
Yes, you could.
Because
Absolutely.
everything you need is
in there.
detailed there.
So if you took, let me borrow the Ada one just for a second.
course.
If I just show you the difference, if you look at, there's the fabric, there's the linen one which I used, there's the Ada one. I don't know if you can see with the reflection. It's little squares. So all it means is that when you stitch on linen, you count over 2 threads. When you stitch over Ada, you count over one of those boxes. And it will be exactly the same size as the linen one.
Oh, that's a great shot. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
That's
You can
very
see the
clear.
difference, can't you? The reflections of it. So it's really, if you've not stitched before, counting from a chart, I'd recommend Ada. If you have, either of these are fine. Lots of geometric shapes, and if I go back to the design itself, in the middle of the fabric, I think it's about there, if you work one of the window, you know, the curtains.
So is that where you would start, that centre window?
Yes, I'd start this one. Generally with cross-stitch, I suggest you start in the middle of the fabric and the middle of the chart. Because although this is, funnily enough, almost life-size, Mostly it isn't. And you always think it's going to fit. And I've had people contact me to say, I'm doing a band sampler, and I didn't do what you said, and I've run out of fabric at the bottom. And of course, it's very difficult to
There's
do
no
something
way back from that,
Not
surely.
really. There are a few tricks,
Are
but it's not easy.
No. We're going to put the Ada kit on screen now because I know lots of you are waiting for the Ada. I do need to let you know, though, almost half the stock of the Ada kit is already gone, Jane.
Right, okay.
Everyone's been waiting for this. We didn't know it was coming, but we've been waiting for it. But it's that perfect combination, isn't it, of beautiful, functional, decorative, cute, and really fun to work.
Yes, nice thing to do. You don't have to frame it. I think the row of 6 will look lovely on a shelf.
Oh, so collectible.
You know, I think they will.
So collectible.
I suspect that we may do more than the 6, but we certainly planned 6 for Sewing Street. And obviously it's exclusive to Sewing Street at this point.
Absolutely brilliant. Well, and also as well, there'll be a bit of variation in size and shape, presumably,
yes,
as well.
that's right.
Can you do a manor house?
Well, yes,
A
I
big
can.
manor house.
I could. Well, interestingly, there has been a suggestion that I do Jane Austen's manor house because it's the anniversary this year.
Oh, Jane.
And I don't know which anniversary. Sorry, everybody. There's lots of fuss about her in Bath this year because it's an anniversary of her life or death. I'm not sure which. So we might have a go at her Georgian property. But we'll see. As I said, I have 2 left to do, and I'm giving myself a little stand back now. My husband suggested a cafe. Would be because I've done the flower
Hannah, our
shop.
producer's just suggested a fried chicken shop. Don't listen to her, Jane.
Sorry,
just
Hannah.
rise above.
I'm going to rise above. I'm not doing a fried
awful.
chicken shop.
It's awful. I have to listen to her all morning.
I think my husband's suggestion of a cafe was rather fun because you could do the tables on the front of the building. So anyway, I'm cooking the other 2.
Yes. I think we've all got lots of suggestions now, haven't we?
I'm
We're all
sure.
thinking where it could
Let
go.
me know what you want me to do.
What I would say is you need to get your kit for the Georgian House now, otherwise you'll miss out. So when you're working from a chart, Jane, just to reiterate,
Okay.
you tend to go for the centre of the chart.
And the centre of the fabric. So what I'm
and the
going to
centre
do,
of the fabric.
if I do that, so with a big project, I would press the fabric to get rid of any creases. With a little one like this, I think that's plenty.
Yeah,
so there's
let
the
me move
middle of
over
your
a little
material.
bit. Sorry, Jane.
There's your middle of your material.
Yeah.
So my first stitch would go there. And on linen, you're counting over 2 threads. If you could just hand me the stitch book just for a
Yeah, of
second.
course I will.
And I will just find...
If you're new to cross-stitch, by the way, or you want to learn or expand your skills, grab Jane's book, the Stitch Book. We've got it on the hour. We will have a closer look shortly.
Yes.
But if you're checking out your basket now, grab the book as well. There's a reason why it's in its 4th edition, and we can't ever go out of stock of it, Jane,
No,
can
we can't, no. So there's a picture of cross-stitch on linen. So you're counting over 2 fabric threads. I would tend to work mine in 2 journeys and back again. That means there's something I'll show you in a minute when we get on to the next project. The other reason for doing it this way is you get a very neat back with little effort. You know, I'm not being picky and I'm not saying you've got to have the back the same as the front. You have to be as tidy as you can get away with. If you're doing reversible, then obviously it's a different thing. So then I'd go back and cover up those stitches. And it means, although you don't need the fractional stitches on this project, if you work on linen, there's a middle hole to go down. Whereas when you work on the Ada fabric, it's a square, and you have to guess where to put the needle.
I've never found fractional stitches very easy to do on Ada.
They're not quite as standardised, inevitably, because you're having to pierce, and you could be anywhere. That'll make more sense in a minute if you're not quite sure what I'm talking about.
Now, just need to give you a little bit of a stock update. The Ada Georgian Pincushion, I'm down to 20s, low 20s, that's all. We started with really good stocks. It's been very, very popular. This is a gorgeous project to start the year with, isn't it? If you love to do your machine sewing, dressmaking, but you also like something to sit and hand sew of an evening. Smoffy, not heard from you you for ages. Hello, my darling. She says, love this little house. Is there a needle in the kit, please?
Yes, there is.
Of course there is. This is Jane Greenoff.
Yes,
also,
darling,
I've
there
been
is.
stitching over 30 years, but never on linen. Can you cure my fear?
I think I can, darling. A lot of people make a fuss about linen. It's not difficult. I learnt on it by accident, you know, because that's the fabric I was given to try.
I was going to say ignorance was bliss. You
It
didn't
was.
know it
I
was
didn't
hard,
know.
so it wasn't hard.
No, exactly. What I think does tend to happen is, suppose you're given a kit by a friend and it's on a very fine linen, you open it out and think, I can't see those threads, I can't work on linen, I need to work on Ada. What you actually need is a fabric you can see. So this is 28 count, so that's 28 threads to the inch in both directions. It means that the crosses are exactly the same size.
Actually, that's fine, sorry.
Yeah, the crosses are exactly the same size on this fabric as they are on the Ada. So it's not finer, it's just different. So do which one you want, but it's not hard. None of this is hard.
Main graphic is linen, by the way. The side graphic, the smaller one, that is Ada. Smoffy, I would say as well, if you want to try linen for the first time, this is a great sized project, a great sort of scale of project, but also I would be getting the stitch book, because that really, I mean, how clear, how detailed is that? But also the book is absolutely jam-packed with anything and everything you might ever want to know about cross-stitch, hardanger, black work, stitching in general.
And Madam has signed them all.
Good old Madam.
I know.
Good old Madam. No, absolutely gorgeous. And ring bound so you can have it flat on the table next to you.
Absolutely, it's essential. And this was designed really, my Cross Stitchers Bible book was actually out of print. And at the time, and I was about to start stitching something, and I haven't got anything I can show you, but I was doing what we call a cut hem. And I went to just start doing it, and I was stood there, and I was going, okay, which, you get, and I couldn't remember. And I thought, what I need is a stitch book. And I mean, it was just like that. I need a stitch book sitting here where I can just go and I just get the stitch I want.
Yeah, just a quick reference
And that's
guide.
how it started.
Yeah.
And it was about, well, I suppose it was 2/3 of the size, because over the period of time since it came out, the members of the guild have said, actually, could you put in how to make a wotlow? Or could you put in how to make a, or could you put in how to do folded hems, which again I'll show you in a minute.
How to make tassels, how to make twisted cord.
All of those things that you need to do sometimes. And you don't need a whole book on that subject, you just need that little bit.
Yeah.
So that's how it happened.
So useful and comes out of need.
And absolutely, and it was interesting that we sold out just before Christmas. And I think I was on air with John, and the last one went, and I said, well, I'm sorry, you can't have any more, because we haven't got any more. And we took a delivery.
How did that go down?
Well, not very well, really.
Like a lead balloon.
Yes, but fortunately, the printer we use has stock of the covers,
Right.
which is the expensive bit to
Okay.
do. He does the covers for us in advance because they're laminated. So we picked up on the 5th of January.
Ah,
So
well,
it's
that's not
hot
too
from the press.
Grab your copy now. It's $13.99 and it is signed by Madam.
It is signed by
Now, I just need to give you a bit of a stock update. They're both really in danger. Can we just do the linen first, please? The linen kit, you get your piece of beautiful Zweigart linen at 28 count. 25 in baskets. I barely got teens left. I don't have enough for everyone. I'm so sorry, but there isn't enough. Rabbit and Robin say good morning, Stuart, Jane, and all. Jan says good morning, Stuart, Jane, and all too. Good morning. You get all of your threads. Beautiful quality. Which brand do you like?
This is Madeira.
Oh, gorgeous. Madeira threads, 6-strand cotton. You've got your sorter card, you've got your needle, and you've got black and white and coloured charts. So symbols, colours, really something for everyone. And what an adorable project to make. Shown here as a pin cushion. Over 40 in baskets. I've got single figures of the linen left. Let's do Ada. We started with more of the Ada. I've got single figures left again. 21 people in baskets. Same size project, and really the only place you're going to notice any difference between the two is in the windows. That's the
And I
only
don't
bit that
even
isn't
know if you'd
covered.
see it, actually.
Well, I don't think
because,
you would.
because I've got, I mean, it doesn't matter if you can see it. I mean, there used to be a suggestion that Ada was for real beginners or children. Well, it isn't. Ada was invented over 150 years ago. It's not modern. I have a sample done on Ada from 1870. Right, so...
Now, we're going to move on because this is going to sell out. Keep going through if you haven't got it already. Something very, very me. I love this so much. This is the Aquith sampler, or Aquith collection, and it's called the Red Aquith sampler. It is just glorious.
And so nice to stitch. When you work with one colour,
Well,
it's
for
just,
sure.
it's bliss, absolute bliss.
But it's so classy looking. Now, I have got linen and Ada versions. This is stitched on linen. In your kit, ooh.
It's lovely. I call it Schoolhouse Red. It isn't. It's a Madeira colour and has a number.
That's gorgeous.
But it's a lovely, it's got an antique, rich antique feel. It's lovely.
Yeah, I would call that madder red.
Yes.
Have you ever done dyeing with madder?
No, I haven't.
Literally would come out that colour.
Wonderful.
Absolutely beautiful. You've got your linen, you've got your beautiful red thread, stranded thread there, cotton. You've got your charts. Now again, colour and black and white.
Yes.
Do I get the needle?
Yes.
Goes without saying almost. £29.99. And look at the size of this project. Now, is this a beginner level?
It could, yes, it could easily be beginner level.
Easily.
These patterns are, let me start at the beginning. The Cross Stitch Guild had permission from Aquith School. It's a Quaker school up near Pontefract. And we have permission to use and copy the scholars' samplers that were done, in this case, in 1776.
Wow.
So the scholars worked these designs, and no one really knows where these medallion shapes came from, but they're very distinctive of Shaker samplers. Now, somewhere on the table, there's a little ball. Ah, bless you. Now, this is a really collectible thing, and you can see
You just
the
come over
medallion.
this side a tiny bit for me.
There you
I'll
go.
move this back.
There's the swan design, which is probably the most famous.
Is that cross stitch?
It's knitted on sewing needles. So it was knitted by a child in fine cotton. And there's another one of the medallion shapes. This was given to, is it done as a gift in 1800. So these medallion shapes were very, very common on Quaker samplers. Not just at the Aquith School. I've got something that came from the school in York, but no one really knows the background of them. So these medallion shapes, if I go back to the deep red one...
It's a fascinating part of our history, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It really is.
They're very, very original Aquith or Quaker samplers are incredibly collectible and big bucks. But you see, that medallion that's only half of one, obviously. We've got the bird there. All these different all came. So this is a replica of an original Quaker sampler.
But I love the sort of stylised quality of the birds and the fruits and the flowers. And it's got even though this is from 1776, this also has a wonderfully fresh and modern look.
I think so.
It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I have got single figures on this. It's £29.99. An absolutely
lovely
beautiful piece of work.
It really is lovely to sew.
Oh, it's gorgeous. That's on linen. I also have it on Ada. So what count Ada is this?
This one's 14.
So again, 28
14 and
linen.
28. So it'll be exact, whichever you choose to stitch it on.
Yeah.
It'll be exactly the same size as this.
And the finished design, 18 inches by 11.5 inches. You've got your needle, thread, you've got your Ada. This is Weigart Ada as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Colour and black and white charts. Beginner level,
absolutely.
Hillary's got in touch, Jane.
on
She says,
linen or-
morning, Stuart and Jane. Love your work, Jane.
Thank you. Sorry,
As
who
we
was
all
it?
do.
Hillary?
Hillary.
Hello, Hillary. Thank you for that. Bless you. Keep. You know, I'm not yet retired. I run a performance car. Someone's got to put the fuel in it, and you're obviously one of them. Thank you.
Absolutely, bro. We do have single figures of both of these now, though. Punham from Angus has got in touch to say, good morning. This show is putting me in the mood to stitch again. I haven't done cross-stitch in about 20 years.
It's funny how you come back to it, though, isn't it? Look, I'm coming out in goosebumps. Look, it's shocking, isn't it?
But it's a skill for life.
It's something that, well, obviously I'm an addict. You know, it is the first thing in my head when I wake up in the morning and last thing at night. Shocking, really. I should get out more.
No, it sounds very familiar, I think, to most people watching this and to me.
If you've got the... And being here, you see, I've just been wandering around the shelves here and thinking, oh, gosh, that's an interesting little design. Just randomly, it was a tin.
Oh, really?
A tin.
Getting some inspiration.
Oh, and I want to go home today and draw it.
Fab.
Well, I can't. I've got things to do. There's a list.
You've got designs to do, Jane. Come on. Keep us busy. No, it's wonderful, though. And also, too, I think this time of year, I always want those kind of sit and sew projects.
I do. Yes, the garden, you all know what it's like in the garden at the moment. And it's depressing. And actually, if I can sit and stitch, I'm off on holiday on Sunday. And I'm taking stitching with me.
You've already made me jealous. Go on, make everyone jealous now. Tell us where you're going.
India.
What temperature?
32 degrees in Mumbai. I can put up with that.
Positively balmy.
I'm going to pack a lot of linen clothes.
Lovely.
Did you know that linen will take twice its weight in water before it feels damp?
Jane, I didn't know that.
So that's why...
I'm glad I do now.
Ladies of a certain age wear linen for reasons you all know.
Oh, true enough. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, and gentlemen of a certain age rushing around.
You don't have the menopause, Chuck.
No, but I do get sometimes.
Anyway, enough of this sweaty conversation. Move on, sir, move on. Anyway.
I've only got 3 of these left now in Ada. 3 left. 2 left now. This is about to sell out. I've also got the linen version if you prefer working on linen, but you are going to have to be really quick for either of those. That's the gorgeous red aquath.
I'll pop that
Love
there,
that.
so I
Now,
remember it.
single colour work is a bit of a wonderful tradition in stitching. Today you brought us something a little different. This is black work.
Yes, now this is the first time on air we've done these little creatures. They're called blackwork beasts, and you get them both in the pack.
Both for $14.99. How extraordinary is that?
And I'm going to tell you a little bit about blackwork because there's history here. Now,
these are both worked on linen only, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
So linen only. You get your linen pieces for both. You get all of your threads as well and your designs, your charts. I wonder if we might just...
Let me
Can I
grab the
borrow your
scissors.
scissors again. Thank you.
Making myself at home.
And I just want to show you in
well
here
done.
that you're getting your gold thread, you're getting your black thread, and there's a little bit of white in there, a little bit of green in there. So you've got
Splendid.
some accent colours. And you've also got your charts. But tell us more about black work, Jane.
Well, look, if we go right back to Tudor times, now these are courtesy of Wikipedia. This is actually a very famous picture, and it's wrong way up. So this is from Tudor times, where black work was probably at its most common. This is an example of a black work cuff here and a sleeve here. The point of this is that it's reversible. Now, backstitch isn't reversible. That's the difference with black work. So to reiterate here, if we look at this amazing, this wasn't painted, but these two were painted by Hans Holbein, and that's where the name for the stitch comes from, the painter. This wasn't painted by Holbein, and I can't actually remember, I think it was somebody called Cornish. Anyway, but you see this pattern under the net is black work. So the idea is that when you create black work, it looks a bit like lace, and it's reversible. Now I'm going to show you an example.
Beautiful. You were saying it's reversible, so it kind of looks the same on both sides.
Yes. Now, somebody called Christine B will be out there somewhere. I won't name her in full in case she objects, but she's one of our best stitchers.
Ooh.
Now,
I'd want to be named in full.
I'm actually checking which one is the right side.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay. So this is from a pattern that isn't available yet. We're still in production with this. So this is a blackwork pattern, worked in colour. All right.
But
So-
blackwork is a technique.
It's a technique, exactly.
Rather than referring to
Yes.
the colour as such.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the stitch we talk about is Holbein or double running. What it means is when you do the stitch, you do a running stitch like so, and then go back in and fill the gaps. Back stitch looks different on the back.
It absolutely
So you can
does.
understand that in some cases you have to use a back stitch because by the time you've got to a certain point, you've obviously got to do a back stitch to get back into the pattern. The other thing that happened traditionally was that you'd work the outline. So if we took our two little beasts, you'd work the elephant back stitch outline, or Holbein stitch, or the owl outline, and then you'd refer to a selection of blackwork patterns and choose which one to use.
Okay.
And you'd start that pattern in the middle of one of these sections and allow it to fill the space.
Lovely.
That's how blackwork was done originally.
'Cause there is something of the sampler
Yes.
in both of these,
Yes,
isn't there? There's
yes.
a selection of
fee-
stitches.
Yes. But if we go back to this chart, so that's the right side of a project that we're doing,
Yep.
and I'm sure Christine will forgive me, and that is the wrong side.
The wrong side, okay. Amazing. You can see there, all of this looks identical front and back.
So that's what blackwork is. I just thought it was easier to show you in real life. So you can see, obviously you have to lose threads when you finish. And when I talked earlier about working your cross stitch across and back, that's how you get these nice straight lines on the back, which give you somewhere to finish off your threads. So you end up with, I mean, Christine's a very good stitcher and does a beautiful job, as you can see. But if you'd stitch in this method, you see the back of that is very tidy. There's nothing worse than tidying up loose ends when you finish the thing.
No, absolutely.
It's really wrong. Don't do it because you'll actually put it in a drawer in disgust because you can't be bothered. So finish off your ends properly. The worst that can happen is it can undo, all right? Cut it off right at the bottom with a sharp pair of scissors and then nothing's going to show through onto the when you frame it. Excuse me, I'm going to cough.
Gorgeous look.
Excuse
And
me.
in terms of sort of ability level,
Yes.
I mean, it's sounding very achievable because running stitch, my goodness me, most of us start with a running stitch.
Yes. The only yes, it's perfectly achievable. There's no reason why you can't work these. No reason at all. You use one strand for the inside bits and two strands for the outlines, so you can tell which is which. I have actually created the patterns for you in here, so you don't have to select which bit to put where. It's all charted for you. And the accent is just a little bit of gold thread. I think they're lovely. I mean, they're our blackwork beasts, and I've loved them.
It's fabulous. And also, don't forget, you're getting both. You're not having to choose owl or elephant. You get both. You get everything in there. They're all worked on linen. 28 count linen. Don't let that scare you.
No.
Smuffy's going to have a go. I'm going to have a go. You did it the very first thing you ever worked in cross stitch was on linen.
Yes, absolutely. I didn't know there was anything else. It must have been over a year before I discovered Ada fabric. So it didn't apply.
But linen's your fabric of choice always, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
A message from June, who's in East Sussex. Jane always looks glorious. Bless you. Well, I thought we should just take a moment for that to settle.
I shall.
Jane always looks glorious.
Thank you. That's very kind. I need a trim. I'm looking like a sheepdog.
Stop it. I've got a scissors. I'll have a go if you want.
No, I have a plan.
I've watched a YouTube video, Jane. It'll be fine. I've got the sampler in linen. I'm so excited. Love, June.
Well, thank you, June. Very kind. Thank you. When I was up at 4 o'clock this morning, I didn't feel glorious, I have to say, but I'm feeling much better now. Thank you. You're very kind.
None of us look the same as we woke up this morning, do we?
No. Oh dear.
Jane's opening line to me this morning was, "Is that tan real or painted on?"
You can imagine I don't stand any nonsense from these blokes. They need telling. Anyway.
You're absolutely loving the black work. It's a really different look, isn't it?
It is a different look.
For, quite basic skills that you could hone, of course.
Absolutely.
Something really different.
When I say you do running stitch, there are areas where you actually have to scratch your head. Because obviously, when you're doing running stitches in a straight line, they're very straightforward. But when you're going around the edge of the elephant and adding his ear, you have to just look at it closely. And if you get stuck, just go back and complete that row of holbein stitch, which I'll show you in the book, actually. So
but Jane, there's something about a project being just challenging enough
keeps
that
you awake.
It absorbs you as well.
There you are.
Because then you're... Do you know what I mean? It helps to focus you.
It keeps your mind on this instead of all the other things in your head.
Again, I'm drawn back to Jane's incredible stitch book. Everybody needs this. We're going to put the details on screen again because, again, it's that... Of course, you get instructions with your kits on how to work holbein, but just to have everything at your fingertips for an extra $13.99. Grab yours while you can. I've only got 20-something left.
So you can see on here, on the stitch, look, there's your double running, which means it does look the same, both sides. Now, having said all this, if a product is going to be framed, you can obviously get away with more back stitch because no one's going to know any different. But it's certainly worth trying this technique because if you think about it, everything you've got in your stash that has an outline round it could be black work.
I just wanted to check, Jane, is there how to... of course there is. Of course, look. Stretching and mounting into a three-fold card, washing and ironing, making a humbug. How to finish your work is also included. It's such a useful... Well, it's a stitch Bible, really, isn't it?
It is, and I couldn't call it that because I've already published the Cross Stitches Bible.
Oh, OK.
So I couldn't... the Cross Stitches Bible is still out there. We have copies, certainly. And that's got a lot more detail, plus projects. This is just the stitches and techniques. There aren't any projects in there for you to do. Sure.
But this is your essential bread and butter, never leaves your sewing table.
And we left spaces so you could write in it. Now, I know we're all a little bit funny in the UK about writing in books, but I think you'll find it's really helpful to write notes to yourself. When you've tried something from here, just put down a few tips on things you thought of when you were doing it, and you won't remember otherwise.
I'm a list writer, Jane.
Yes.
I'm a list writer, and I love ticking off the jobs that I've done, so much so that if I think of an extra job, I'll write the extra job on the list and then tick it off.
I'm doing that this afternoon. I am writing a list this afternoon, and I will be adding the jobs.
Now, another brand new. This is absolutely exquisite,
It's delicious.
Jane.
It's delicious,
It
I
is
know.
exquisite. This is everything I love about counted thread work. So beautiful. This is the Country Cottage Band Sampler. So this is working on the most chocolate box thatched cottage, the cottage garden, the veggies. Is that a little garden shed or a beehive?
I can't remember. No, garden shed.
Sorry, my love, I'm just going to move over here.
Garden
we were so
shed.
busily intent looking at it.
Isn't it sweet? So this was
Here we go.
a
Do you want me to
class.
push it up, or are you going to... Look at the cauliflowers. Hannah's saying, look at the cabbages, look at the cabbages.
They're cauliflowers, you wretch. Pay attention.
wretch.
Try harder.
Come on, Jane, let's name the veg. We've got cauliflowers.
And
cauliflowers, fluffy, and up.
There's some, well, actually, if I do the stitches, those are done with French knots and bullion knots. An adapted double cross stitch.
What vegetables are they?
I don't know.
I want to know what vegetables
well,
they
I
are,
can't
Jane.
remember. They are
Is there any sweet corn?
the leeks. There's a little fence there.
Yeah. What's growing on it though?
Nothing, actually, that's interesting to say.
Nothing?
Nothing at the moment, because when it was designed, it was going to have roses climbing up it. And I obviously got to the very bottom of the stitching and thought, oh, excellent, that's done. I'll just mat and frame that. And then realised after the event that, so if you wanted to, you could add some climbers. There's some more little knots there.
Love the hollyhocks.
And this, I was pleased with these.
They're lovely.
Echinacea, is it?
Are they echinaceas?
Like big, those big daisies jobs. And the reason it's on linen is these little bits here. They're
Yes, only
down the
available
bottom.
on linen. Good
Yes.
point, that.
Well, some of the stitches need that, plus the fact that this and
Now,
that.
is this pulled thread work or hardhanger?
No, this is drawn thread.
Sorry, not pulled
No,
thread.
I can tell you.
thread
I'm
work.
going to just say, lots of people get in a muddle about this. So cut works like hardhanger, where you cut the fabric. Pulled thread is where you make holes, but by pulling the threads really hard. Now, in fact, that stitch there, which is four-sided stitch, can be used as a pull stitch because it makes holes. You can make it make really big holes. So that's, and drawn thread is where threads have been taken out at the side, which is this one and
down the
this one.
bottom.
This is not hard, and all the instructions are
That one.
included in the kit. And
Well, and also, Jane, as well, there is just enough of each section
Yes.
that you learn, consolidate, and then you're finished before...
Before you get cross with it.
Right, exactly. Absolutely gorgeous. The numbers are dwindling before my very eyes.
I was very
now,
pleased with this one.
Oh,
It was-
look as well. I mean, I'm a colour boy. That makes me very happy. Look at those beautiful shades. You've got your needle. Now, there's a needle in there,
Yes.
but there's lots of different techniques. Do I need other needles?
You don't need other needles. You can do it all with that.
Fab.
Everything in there can be done with that.
I love, love, love the colour of the linen.
Yeah, I do too. It's
What's
super,
that
isn't it?
called?
That's, I think, well, it's either washed unbleached or unbleached. The reason I say that, when we buy raw linen from Zweigart, it comes in dark. And when we buy the washed version, sometimes it's nearly the same, and sometimes it's much more faded. So the rolls do vary.
It's just got such a lovely
It's
warm,
got an
rich
old
colour.
feel to it, because band samplers were part of the 15th and 16th, sorry, 16th and 17th century. Band samplers were at their peak, and they were little strips of stitching where the stitcher had done a pattern she liked and was keeping it rolled up in a drawer so she could refer back to it. So they were works of reference. They were never intended to go on a wall.
So they were the memory sticks of their day?
They were their memory sticks of their day. When printed word wasn't common, if you wanted to know, and I have seen an
Or even
etching,
literacy, I suppose.
or even literacy, yes, because there's no alphabets on here or numbers. That's done with some buttonhole wheels, but as I said, all these stitches are actually not difficult at all, and the nice thing about this is one where you actually start at the top,
Oh,
not the
okay,
middle.
not the middle. So you start
Because
with the house.
Start with the house. The trick is to make sure you centre the fabric that way. So fold it long ways and crease it and start your cottage, which is cross stitch. By the time you've done that, you'll have got your eye in a bit and be able to see. I mean, I don't count the threads, I see them, if that makes sense. And then things like these knots can always be added later. You can come back to them and you can count in these different little chunks. And I mean, these, as I said, were cream French knots and green bullion knots. The instructions are in the pack, and of course they're in the stitch book as well.
I've never been successful growing cauliflowers, Jane.
Neither
They're
have I.
hard.
Yes, I think I've decided I'm not very successful at growing vegetables. Actually, I'm not very good at it.
We have bumpy years, and then we have other years. It's like, it's positively biblical.
Yes,
at
this
ours.
last year has
It's
been
feast
awful.
or famine.
Yes. Ours, I mean, my herbs and things have been successful. And except for this
Oh yeah,
last
if you want
year.
a bit of bay, I'm your man.
Yes, I've got.
I can supply the world with bay.
dear.
Just gorgeous. Down to low single figures now. 18.99. This is a glorious collection of beautiful stitches that you'll learn along the way. Drawn thread work, just a little, adding to your skills in a sort of bite-sized chunk.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
And
Absolutely love it.
The thing about the drawn thread work, you know, is it looks so clever. And actually, it's very simple. If you look at my versions. Now, just out of interest, if we can get the camera onto one of them, let's pick this one down the bottom here. If I can have a quick look at that one.
We're getting there.
It's
We're
fine.
getting there.
It's all right, no rush.
Oh,
There we are.
it's what they call a slow pan.
So, see the bit of stitching there? If we can get a little closer, that would be fab.
Can we get closer, Bruce?
Don't worry if you can't. This is the four-sided stitch I've mentioned already.
Oh, yes. There's a little bit above, isn't there, as well?
Yes. Now, I have cheated here, and this was because this was originally done as a class by guild members at a cross-stitch guild weekend. And they've only got so much time in the day, or 2 days, to do their piece of stitching. Now, traditionally, drawn thread work, you would snip a horizontal thread, unpick it to the edge, so you've got a whisker, and you snip another one and unpick it to that edge, so you've got a whisker. And if I can find it in here in a second as well.
We've only got 4 of these band samplers left.
I thought you'd like it, actually. It's so small. And if you loathe something I've chosen to do, don't do it. Do something else instead. That's the other reason counted needlework's so lovely, because there isn't a transfer you've got to cover. I've actually used a binding stitch at the ends instead of withdrawing the threads. Now, in a minute, I will show you here.
Again, get yourself your stitch book.
This is when I was talking about cutting whiskers, look. And then what actually happens in traditional drawn, you would actually take one thread out and you'd put one thread into the margins so that you don't get a sort of baggy piece of fabric. And this just saved time because it was a class. And all the instructions, as I said, are included.
Just beautiful.
It was very sweet. I was ever so pleased with it.
Well, it's about to sell out, Jane.
Oh, well, I'm really glad. Thank you.
Well done
It's
with
an
that.
interesting thing because obviously I've got a sort of style, haven't I? That is, and I can't change now, you know, it's too late. So
We don't want you to change.
Well, no, but there's things I can't do, there's things that I don't do that would be popular if I did.
Yeah, but it's a choice, isn't it?
Yeah, it
It's
is.
who you are.
Yes, sorry, I'm this.
I think we have a message
Oh, lovely. Who is it this time?
from Barbara. Good morning. Ordered
morning.
The Owl and the Elephant and got the 4th edition this is a book. This is my first cross-stitch attempt. Discovered a
girl.
family sample from 1871 from Rosario, Argentina. Unknown history. How amazing is that?
You lucky thing. Well done. Take care of it. They're worth it. They really are. Keep it out of the sunlight. If it's folded, unfold it and roll it. And lovely.
Oh, yes.
Yum.
And when you get a chance, please send us pictures.
Yes, send me a picture.
Now, if you want something to go yum yum over, the next project, this is another brand new project from Jane Greenoff. This is called the Scottish Sampler. Just have a look at this. We're going to put the details up for the linen version, but look at this. It's so spectacular.
It's ever so pretty.
Beautiful, beautiful. This has a real kind of traditional sampler feel because
Yes.
it's got the alphabet in
Yes.
2 versions. It's got the house. It's got the bands.
You know, 2 trees either side of a house, etc. So it is a very traditional sampler style with the little animals. We don't know quite what the birds were. I took them from one of my samplers on the wall.
The swans?
Well, are they swans or are they heron?
Oh, I think swans.
Okay, let's have swans.
I was attacked, well, not quite attacked, but almost attacked by a swan in Scotland, actually. I was going to go to Stirling University. I really wanted to go to Stirling University. So I went up for sort of open weekend, and there I was on the campus. They have a loch, and I was there early morning, sitting, like breathing in the glorious air and thinking, what a wonderful place. And suddenly this swan lurched up out of the water.
And came and
obviously
told you.
obviously got a nest nearby, and I was way too close, hadn't realised. But then literally was there, like doing the full...
And they're enormous.
Oh, and literally, and I remembered my dad saying, you know, like a goose could break your arm, and I thought, that swan looks bigger.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
like my arms as they are. So I literally, fortunately, the bench had lost its back. So I basically slid off the back and crawled away. But anyway, absolutely gorgeous. This is on linen. Look at the colours as well. They are absolutely sort of what I would call heathery colours.
Yes, they really are, aren't they?
You know, vibrant but also antique-y, vintagey looking, heathery colours, just rich and warm. I love it.
I do like it. Yes, I was pleased with that.
Colour chart, black and white chart, needle, linen, all your threads, all pre-sorted, dive in, fill your boots.
Absolutely.
Absolutely
It's a really
beautiful.
pretty sample. I'm ever so pleased with it.
Can I just say, I hate doing this, but please be quick on this, because we've sold out of so many of Jane's projects this morning. Very, very busy. I think all of your fans are in the house today, Jane.
Yes, I'm jolly glad to hear it, everybody. Well done.
But I don't want you to miss out on this. This is the linen version. Is this based on a real house?
It is based on a real house. I'm not going to say where it was, but it was in Scotland.
Fair enough.
All right.
Well, that's good enough for me.
It's a B&B now.
Oh, you can stay there.
You can.
Love that. This is the Ada version. Lisa from Cardiff got in touch to say,
Hi.
morning both, lovely work. Please can you tell, is the project beginner friendly on Ada?
Yes. Absolutely. So this, if you're meaning this project, which I'm assuming you are, this is absolutely. In fact, I would say that this is not dissimilar to my first sampler that I stitched. So we're talking about 1983, and I stitched a strawberry first. When a neighbour explained to me about counting, I stitched this strawberry badly. And about a week later, she arrived. She'd bought me a sampler in a sale in Cheltenham, I think it was, on linen. And she said, here you are, you get on with that. And I went, oh, righto. So, and it was very similar in style and size. And I worked it on linen without knowing that you could have worked it on Ada. But either of these would be fine. You start this one in the middle. So if you imagine, like we did before, I take my fabric, fold it into 4. If you've not done it before ever from a chart, I would actually do it does say in here, but I'd do a line of tacking down the centre line and a line across the middle, so you can see the middle. And if you wanted to, you could do the same line with a ruler on the chart. And then if you're busy, over here somewhere, doing something, the phone rings, you come back, you will actually see if you've gone off-piste, so to speak. It's
I've
a
got a
quite
mate,
good way.
Jane, who divides their whole piece of Ada up
Yes.
like that into 100 squares.
Yes, quite a few people do. There is, in fact, an easy count Ada out there, which has a printed grid which comes off when you wash it. But I've never used it. Well, no, I don't see the point, really.
No, there isn't a point for you now.
No, it's not appropriate, really. But yes,
But
this
really
is a very
beginner
pretty
friendly.
sampler.
I mean, samplers like this are often the first thing
Yes.
that, well, adults make, but also traditionally children
yes,
made.
children
so, you know, it's this kind of, very traditional, the letters. I love this alphabet. It's
Yes,
just
it's really traditional. I mean, children
quintessential.
at school would learn alphabets because they're probably going to go into service and would need to mark family linen. So they learn alphabets and numbers. They'd learn maps because they were learning geography. They would do stitch multiplication tables, if I can say them.
Oh gosh, really?
Oh, yes.
So you buy samplers like that?
And almanacs, I've seen those, perpetual almanacs stitched. So all sorts of things, you know, a plan of a local farm was stitched. Yes, because
Recipe for gingerbread.
Recipes, certainly.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Registration of family members when
I like
so
that.
many babies didn't make it.
Yes.
I've got one that's, there's 6 that didn't get to adulthood.
The
Of the
thing I
12.
find amazing about that is where you get John. There's like 3 Johns in the family, almost because they know that there's going to be a certain loss.
I know.
And they want the name to continue. Different
Ugh.
times. Oh my goodness. While we've been chatting, Jane, you've been shopping and checking out your baskets. I only have 6 of these kits left. If you want the Scottish sampler, it is brand new. Oh, 5 now in Ada. These are your last handful of chances. $19.99. That is a gorgeous, gorgeous piece of work. The colours are just fabulous. These rich vintage heather shades, those wonderful warm golds and browns. It's just lovely and such a traditional design. I love that you can actually stay in the B&B. Love it. I'm going to grab, Jane, where we started, the Georgian House. I only have it available in Ada now. Linen is sold out. Jane, you know when you come back next month with the...
February, yeah.
Yep. With the next one in the collection, will you be bringing any more of the Georgian House with you?
I'm sure that we can. I'm sure
It's
there's no reason why.
possibility. Okay.
So I'll have the conversation with the boss. There it
You're
is,
the
look.
boss, surely, Jane.
No, I'm an employee.
Oh,
Now. It's
lovely.
8 years
Is it nice?
since it varies,
Yeah.
but doesn't everything in life
But being your
vary?
own boss is
Yes,
hard.
I had the business from 1983 to 2017, and it was absolutely marvellous and gave us a fabulous life. But to find somebody like Andrea, who was a guild member, the poor girl, I approached her at a weekend. My husband had thought of it. Andrea, if you're watching, I apologise for this. We were at a Leicester weekend, I think, at the Leicester Hilton, and
nice.
for reasons that I can't remember, Bill sat up in bed and said, "Have you thought about Andrea taking over?" I said. We'd sat and chatted to her that evening. She worked for a computer company. She got a first in maths at Sheffield, so she's got a couple of brain cells at work.
Sure.
And she was really a bit dissatisfied and wanted something else. And so the poor girl came down to coffee on Sunday morning, and I took her into a cupboard and said, "How would you feel about taking over the guild when I retire?" You can imagine her face, can't you? Anyway, she shadowed me for a couple of years, really.
So
on and
really
off.
over you taking her into a cupboard for the conversation.
Well, away from ladies, actually, because they would all want to know what was
Sure,
going
of
on.
course. Oh, of course. Yeah.
Well, there was a certain amount of rumblings about what are we going to do when Jane retires.
I would have thought hiding in a cupboard drew more attention.
Well, not exactly a spare room. Anyway, there we are. So, yes, I'm sure we'll be able to bring some of these back
4 left.
next time. It'd be nice to show you this house with the other one.
Oh, yeah.
Standing, in a little row. It'd be really pretty.
So presumably this is one of the things on your list, so the next house.
The next house is done.
Oh, very good, very
The
good.
next
And
house-
just remind us, which one is it?
It's the flower shop.
I
think I've got them
You've got
here.
the,
I think
yes.
I've got them here.
Let's just have a look. Because actually I do think it would be rather nice if you had your Georgian house done and ready for February. When in February, Jane?
I'm going to say the 15th, but I can't put my hand on
Just
that.
making that up, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I think I'm away on holiday until the 5th,
Right.
and I think it's the
Where are you
following
going again?
India.
India, 32 degrees, in the shade. In the shade.
So the flower shop
Flower shop's next.
is stitched, and the black and white house is nearly finished.
Oh, so that'll be third.
That'll be third, yes. I think so. I think that's the plan.
Gorgeous. And then the fried chicken shop after that,
We're not doing the fried
potentially.
chicken shop.
Not doing it.
Whatever
Not doing
Hannah
it.
says, we're not doing the fried chicken shop.
Pound
okay?
shop?
No, we're not doing a pound shop either. I'll think about it.
Will you? Will you? Yeah.
Not a pound shop.
No. But things like a quilt shop or a sewing shop.
Fabric shop would be
Fabric
nice,
shop
wouldn't
would be
it?
gorgeous, like a dressmaker's mannequin in the window.
Ooh.
What about a nail bar?
No! Wretched boy.
Oh dear, I'm literally...
He's lost it now, look.
Jay,
Let
it's
me have my
because
house
naughty
back.
Hannah keeps on saying silly things in my ear. She's such a child. Last few opportunities for the Ada Georgian House. Are you going to turn yours into a pincushion? Are they going to be a collection, a row of houses on your mantelpiece maybe?
I think they'd be sweet.
I think that'd be gorgeous.
So I can't wait to get them done and have them standing on a shelf now.
Now, you're potentially back on the 15th, which is the day after Valentine's. I'm trying to find now the token of love.
There it is.
It's here,
That's
isn't it?
Yes, well done.
What?
Can I help?
Yes,
Let me grab
please.
that.
Thank you, Jane.
So this is going back to what we said about the Guild having permission from, look at me, goosebumps, from the governors at Ackworth School. And so this is a replica, again, of a sampler. The token of love...
That's a bit of all right, isn't it? That
you see?
beautiful.
So you can see that's the very same.
Oh, yes, yes,
That's
yes.
the little, so these little shapes, particularly that one, were commonly used on pincushions as a present for somebody. So not always in a sampler form. Again, I've used...
Is there a lot of symbolism in cross-stitch?
I think there is in early cross-stitch. I don't know enough about it to comment, really. But yes, I was very pleased with that. The colours work well.
Lovely. It's absolutely lovely. Just need to read a couple of messages while
Yes,
we're
oh, yes, good, eh?
admiring the work as well. Tracy says, good morning all. Lovely to see you today, Stuart.
Right for some.
I may not be going on holiday, Jane, but still got my friends. Sophie says, hi. Steph says, morning, Stuart and Jane. On this cold morning, a cuppa and a homemade biscuit to warm the cockles.
Very nice too.
I wouldn't say no.
I wouldn't either.
And Claire says, morning, Stuart. No, good morning, my lovely. I've just discovered a lovely recipe for cranberry and orange cookies.
Ooh.
Delicious.
I bet that's a nice mixture. 'Cause a bit
Really?
of sharpness going on.
And you make it in a log and slice.
Oh, yes.
So it's very easy. This is absolutely gorgeous. Now, I've got two versions, Ada and linen. Let's start with the linen. Details are on screen. So this will reproduce the sampler. What a gorgeous selection
Isn't
of
it lovely?
colours. Really lovely.
Very, very similar to the ones that the scholars worked at Ackworth School.
Oh, is it?
Very similar in colours, yes. I mean, some of them were one colour. Often the medallion would be all one colour. This is actually a Quaker alphabet.
What does that mean?
Well, the Quakers had... The Quakers that were at Ackworth or the York School, or I think there's one in Chester, had particular alphabets that were quite straight, quite almost modern looking, if you look at that.
Sort of unornamented.
Yes, other than my Scottish sampler with bumps on them. You know what I mean?
I've got that right here.
You see what I mean? Those are much more decorative somehow. Yes, if you look at... I've got another sampler that I haven't got with me that has a bigger alphabet still, and it looks like a really modern font from a computer. Anyway, yes, so...
Kind of stripped back, pared
Yes,
back.
yes, absolutely.
And there's something very lovely again about the sort of stylised fruit and flowers, the birds. Again, yes, of course, it's a heritage thing, but it's also quite modern.
Yes, I think it sits anywhere,
To
really.
my eye, yeah.
You could put
yeah.
it in a black clip frame and it
You
would
really
still
could.
work.
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely wonderful. I've only got 3 of these kits left. You've been buying these in droves. Well done you. $29.99. You get your linen, all your pre-sorted threads. You get your needle, black and white and colour chart, and of course full instructions on how to make it. But if I was to suggest you add an extra, it is the stitch book. 4th edition stitch book from Jane Greenoff. It's the sort of perfect pairing. I've got this sampler on Ada as well. Thanks, Jane. So the only difference here is, look, you're working on Ada. It's going to come out exactly the same size as the original sampler. The stitches will be the same and everything.
Yes, absolutely. It's just the technique slightly different. So the stitches are the same, individual stitches are the same size.
Perhaps just a little bit easier for a novice.
Yes, it's that business. I think the thing about the linen is, as I said, I see the fabric. I don't really count the threads. It's automatic now. When you've done it for a while, you will, like I do, you'll see where to put your needle. It'll be obvious, but obviously that takes a bit more practice. The Ada is very straightforward. And if it's wanted for Friday, for a special gift for somebody, then Ada's quicker.
Now, I've asked you this question before, Jane, but I'm going to do it again because I love a bit of controversy.
Go on then.
With a hoop or without a hoop?
I work without a hoop or frame. I have done from the beginning. Because cross-stitch is pulling the fabric in both directions, as opposed to tent stitch, which is pulling it in one direction, I don't think a frame is necessary. Do what you feel comfortable with. I cringe when people move a hoop around their embroidery and it's going over their stitches that they've made so beautifully. I can't help it. I think it's awful, but people do it. I do have an upholstered frame. It's a rectangular frame and it's about so wide, and it's covered in, I think it's pelmet felt. These are made for me by Sue Hawkins.
I've got one of her frames. They're brilliant.
They're very useful because I can, if I've got something, for instance, when we talked about the band sampler.
This one here?
No, sorry, the cottage one. Yes.
Let me grab that.
For instance, that one.
That has sold out now, of course.
When I put this on, I just pop this on with pins on this upholstered frame to do those little French knots quickly. I'm not having to hold the stitching. I go, So I do use a frame for some things, but I don't.
Most of the time, you just hold it in your hand.
Yes, and a big project like that, I roll up the fabric, so I'm holding the back. If you imagine that fabric's rolled to the centre, and you'd start this in the centre, then I'd be holding the back. So if I am a bit sweaty, it's on the back, and then I'm just working in 2 rows.
I suppose it's quicker as well, isn't it, if you're not working with a frame?
I think it's quicker.
Because you can go through the stitches.
It's also slightly more portable. I mean, I cart my stitching around with me. I was actually on the M25 once, stationary, obviously, and I had turned the car off because we were stationary, and I was stitching. And a police motorbike went past, and he went past, and he stopped, and he backed up, like that. And he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm stitching." "But you're on the road." I said, "I'm stationary, I've turned it off, and I don't have this much time to waste." And he went, "Okay," and left.
I should think he did.
But I mean, we're all stood there for an hour.
Did you give him the look?
No, I try not to. Well, they're quite powerful, aren't they?
But you're quite powerful.
Oh, I don't know.
You're more powerful.
Do you think?
I feel. I do. Last few opportunities for this one now. It's the token of love. Valentine's Day's coming up soon, Jane. Are you romantic? I bet you are.
I'm saying nothing.
You won't kiss and tell?
I'm not going to kiss and tell.
Now, this is exquisite. I've only got 2 of these remaining, sorry, but you've been shopping ahead. This is the folded pocket project. Now, this started life as a band sampler.
Yes, if you imagine that was the top.
Space. Come with this
there you
way.
go.
Yep.
So if you imagine that was the top,
Yep.
what I did this as a class when I had classes at home.
Lovely.
So they all did their stitching, and then overnight I looked at it all and thought, actually, it would be ever so pretty as a pocket for a phone or something. So I joined the side. So this is what I call a folded hem.
That's lovely in itself.
That's very decorative, and I teach you how to do that in there. These are 4-sided stitch. That's what I meant by a pull thread makes holes.
These bands are all beautiful,
They
aren't
are.
they? Goodness me. And of course, remember, when you get the kit, you get the pattern for all of these, and that would originally have been a reference guide.
Yes, and they would have been rolled up like so. I have seen a picture somewhere of a lady opening, almost with a pointy hat and lacy stuff going on, and he's opening a drawer, and there's all these rolls in there, which must have been band samplers, if only one could find that.
I know.
Because they're very collectible now.
Yeah. And so she would have been a professional needlewoman?
Or she was somebody who collected a lot of patterns
for
whatever reason. Yeah.
And how would these have been used traditionally?
Bands, well, they would have been rolled up and kept.
Oh, sorry, no, I meant like the decorative
patterns.
Bands. What would they have appeared on?
These patterns came on a German sampler that we were given permission by Zweigart and Sawicki to reproduce.
Fabulous.
Not all of them. That was certainly from one of my samplers, and that was too. These brightly coloured ones came from the German sampler, certainly.
Lovely. Now, you do get one needle in all of Jane's kits. However, you might want to treat yourself to a rather gorgeous selection box. Now, this is exquisite. Jane, what do we get in the box and how do I know what's what?
So these are gold-plated needles. They're made and gold-plated in the United Kingdom. On this box, on the back, on the bottom, it tells you in order what's in them. Whoops. So if I do it like this, so we've got a beading needle. That one's a sharp. So that's when you want to add the lining to something like this, and you need a sharp needle. The curved needle is for making three-dimensional boxes. I didn't need it for this, but if there was card inside the pieces and it was stiff, it would be helpful. That one is for doing hardanger embroidery, and those are cross-stitch needles, 24, 26 and 28. And 28s are used for your backstitch, one strand only.
Understood.
They're gold-plated in Coventry to a standard, which means we know we get 2 microns of gold on every needle. And they
Where else are 2 microns of needle used?
Oh, well,
2 microns of gold.
by accident, you know, don't you? When I asked them way back, 25 plus years ago, he said, how much gold do you want? And of course, I hadn't a clue what I wanted. I said, lots, I think. And he said, okay, if we're measuring it for you, do you want it to wear off? I said, no, I don't want it to wear off. I want it to last as long as possible. Well, British Nuclear Fuels and the Ministry of Defence have 2 microns. I said, what do the Ministry of Defence do? It's on detonators for grenades. I said, that's what I want.
So this is grenade quality needles. I love that.
And we maintain, if you can prove you bought them from the Guild, we'll replace it if the gold comes off.
Amazing.
If you force 3 strands into a size 28, we won't.
No, fair enough. But this is what happens when you take your passion and your personal passion of what would I want in a needle, now I'll make sure everyone else has access to the very best. This is what you get from Jane Greenoff. Absolutely fabulous. Really beautiful. And these are the kind of things that they almost never wear out.
No, Sue Hawkins, I mentioned earlier, the designer, she works on canvas and she uses my gold-plated needle. She has managed to strip one in 6 months going through canvas because it is a nickel needle underneath. It has to be to take the gold. And we use John James needles, which I'm sure you're all familiar with and local in Redditch. Yes, and they are beautiful to use. I often have more than one needle in my piece of stitching. They never leave a rust mark. Some of you I know make nickel needles go a bit black and gunky from your perspiration. That won't happen. And actually, I never attempt a French knot or a colonial knot without a gold needle. They come off easily. I think I did over 180 French knot demonstrations at Olympia at the Needlecraft Fair all those years ago, and people were getting the hang of them, and I used a gold needle, the same gold needle for all of them.
You know what works.
You
know what works.
I do.
Now, next up, if you rather love the band sampler, look at this. Now, I've got 2 kits, a linen and an Ada. We're going to start with the linen, although this is worked on Ada. This is linen Ada.
Yes, this is a real funny one. So this is made of flax, as linen is, but done in the box shapes that we've talked about before. And
We'll
this
put the graphics up for this one, actually. So this is the Ada. We've just changed the graphics for you. Sorry, Jane.
That's all right. So this is a band sampler again, and if you don't like something I've done on there, do something different. People who worked on Ada and can't work on linen for any particular reason wanted something of their own.
Best of both
so that,
worlds.
exactly. So that's how we came up. So there's a few different stitches to learn on the way through. These are also, it's getting a bit tired, poor thing. It's had a few little outings. These.
Just like to say, Jane wasn't pointing at me when she was saying
I wasn't pointing.
that.
I could, of course.
You're worn round the edges.
This is all from this German sampler. Actually, I think it was Hungarian.
This has got, I was just going to say, this has got a wonderful sort of European
Yes.
folk art look to
It-
it.
it
The
has.
colours as well.
So the museum at Zweigartenszwitzki in Stuttgart had a sampler. I think it's about 8 feet wide. Not exactly, you know, it's sort of across a wall. And they gave us a chart of a high proportion of it, for something for the Cross Stitch Guild. And we do one product called the Borders Cushion, which may well be on the Sewing Street website, so it's certainly been here before. And that was, again, from this old sampler. And they were brightly coloured, which, you know, we tend to think of samplers as muddy, but yeah, so there we are.
I suppose, well, but then is that fading?
For some of it is fading, without a doubt.
But these are wonderfully bright and glorious and just alpine looking and lovely, absolutely lovely. Definitely a bit of me, this. Really lovely. And also, wouldn't it be wonderful to work some bands, maybe to integrate into dressmaking, a button band or a
Oh,
car?
I've seen this, you know. We were when we did a trip, and I'm not entirely certain which city we're in now. It was in Slovenia, I think, and the waiters in the hotel all had bands on their ties.
Gorgeous.
Ever so
Gorgeous.
pretty. Ever so pretty.
Really lovely. So that's the Ada, the beautiful borders band on Ada. We've also got a linen version. We've also got a linen version.
I
Just
can
looking
just see,
for
yeah, there it is.
any kit. That's the
Yeah,
I'll just
there we are.
very quickly show you. So that is the Ada version. That's the linen Ada that you'll get. That is beautiful, and those colours are really going to pop.
Yes.
Yes. So we've also got that same kit on linen. I haven't got it in the studio, but the only difference is you've got that linen backing fabric or
Yes,
background
yeah.
fabric.
Yeah, just like the samplers we've been showing you. It's the same sort of colourway.
Working over 2 threads.
Yes,
Comes out the same size.
absolutely.
Yeah. 18.99, amazing price. Right. What bow? It wouldn't be a Jane Greenoff show without a what bow now, would it?
This is a big watt bow.
It is a big old what bow. Look at that. And this is a white work what bow. Try saying that.
Yes.
At 10 o'clock at night.
After a few. So this is the three-sided shape that many of you will be familiar with.
Like a humbug.
Yes, very similar. We've got a pattern on there that really gives you all the basics for hard hanger stitching. So we've got the cluster blocks that form the framework. We've got the needle weaving, which is how you strengthen what's left after you've cut. And you've got a little dove's eyes. And the colours behind the scenes, I have to tell you this. I mean, you can't believe I did this. So when I made this and I got the rice out, I put it in. Now, what do you suppose happened looking at this?
There was no felt originally, I'd just like to point out.
Yeah, so I just went, I just don't believe I've just done that. So, of course, it was obvious that something needed to happen. So these are actually a bit of a treasure. We've got these coloured in pure wool felts. These are beautiful. These are space-dyed felts that we get from Oliver Twist. And these come from our little offcuts. And I mean, it's very special stuff, difficult to get. So they're rather fun because each one will be lined slightly differently. Isn't it nice?
Gorgeous.
It's got rice in it
Absolutely
again,
gorgeous.
and of course it's wonderful for your pins, look.
Yep.
They just sit right on top, look. And your scissors aren't going far with that weight.
I should just point out as well, look, you get the scissors included in the kit for $16.99. You get all your threads.
Yes.
You get your background fabric, your linen. You get your hand-dyed felt.
I know.
You get your charts. You get your full instructions. If you've always wanted to try hardanger.
It's a perfect way of learning.
It's a really beautiful.
Yeah, perfect way of
needlework
learning how to do
technique.
it.
And you're repeating the same design on all three sides.
Yes, I am. So
Great.
it's, if you follow the instructions that I give you in the kit, it will not fall to bits. That's the trick with hardanger. What actually happens with hardanger, just quickly, is that these stitches round the edge are always done first. They're always horizontal or vertical, never diagonal, and they follow the line of the fabric, and you have to match. So when you go all the way round, you have to get back to your finishing point. With cross stitch, you can always cheat and put an initial where you've gone wrong. With this, you can't.
No.
You have to make it match, because what you're actually doing is you'll cut here and here, and you're cutting the same threads so you can pull them out. So obviously if you've gone over one,
Yes.
it won't work. But if you follow what it says in the packet, it won't fall apart.
Just do as you're told.
And it looks so clever when it's done.
Yeah. Oh, it's brilliant. It's absolutely
It
brilliant.
looks much cleverer than it is, actually.
If you want to immerse yourself in hardanger, you could get yourself Jane's fabulous book, The Little Book of Hardanger, First Steps and Stitches. Now, what's lovely about this is it's not just techniques. It's got loads of beautiful hardanger techniques. It's signed, of course. But you also get projects. You get these gorgeous projects that integrate a little bit of cross stitch with the skills you're learning in hardanger, and also some really inspiring photography. It's absolutely beautiful. Hardanger was used on costume, wasn't it? On clothing.
Still is.
Still is.
Yes, that's the important thing to realise. Hardanger, I didn't know until I went to Hardanger that it's, there you are.
Here it is.
That's the family who own the hotel I stay at when I'm feeling flush. Matriarch with the crown.
Of course.
All this lovely. And this area here is the Hardanger embroidery. And it's still worn on national days, for weddings, funerals, bar mitzvahs, whatever. People wear their costume. And it's about £8,000 to buy one.
Wow.
If you went off to buy one, now what would normally happen with a family is the mother would start, children go into embroidery anglais versions, because then if they fall over in the sandpit, it doesn't
Sure,
matter.
it's inevitable.
Yes, but when you get to adulthood, perhaps for your confirmation, you get your apron, which is this section here. And there was a panels ready stitched. This was in Bergen, where we went to a shop where they did it. They don't work from charts, they work from pictures in Norway, so there's just a photograph. And there was a panel, I suppose it was about so wide and so long, and there were little post-it notes on it where the mistakes had been made. And I said to the girl serving me, just out of interest, as this is faulty, how much would it be? And she said £2,000. So I wasn't going to correct the mistakes. I thought I'd do my own.
No, exactly. Just make your own.
Just make
Just
my
make your
own.
own. Now, what a busy morning we've had, Jane. It's been wonderful. It's been absolutely
It's been
gorgeous.
lovely. It's been lovely.
I think we
See you
always
all.
need to have at least an hour and a half together.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
And I do need to let you know that most things on the show have either sold out or they are in single figures. So if there's anything that you've seen or that's been lingering in your basket, have a little look. It may not be there, but if it is, check out. Jane, an absolute pleasure as
Thank you.
always.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for bringing so
See
many
you
lovely
next
things
month,
for us
all
too.
right.
And yes, enjoy stitching the next house.
Yes.
Great, gorgeous. Have a lovely holiday in India.
Thank you. I
Give my
can't
regards to
wait.
Mumbai. Oh, lovely. Right, we're going to go to a little break now. And when we come back, I've got some wonderful tools and some wonderful Janet Clare fabrics, so don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Five managers from as far as Redditch are about to play the game of a lifetime to compete with each other to bring you the very best deals. It's a game of great savings, amazing products, and mind-blowing deals. Welcome to the Treaters. Now I'm going to walk around the table. If I touch your shoulder, you are a treater. Treaters, now reveal yourselves.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
What did you get yourself? Was it tea? Was it coffee? Biscuit on the side? Nobody's brought me anything. Oh, my throat is dry. Tea would be lovely. Right, let's launch in. I've got some gorgeous fabric and tools this hour and some demos as well, so stay tuned. We're running 9:30 till 10:30. This is brand new today. This is the Free Spirit Tula Pink Untamed collection. This is the 5-inch charm pack. We've never had it before and we're dropping the price to £16.99. You're saving £2. Let's dive in. Now, I hardly need to tell you why we love a charm pack. It's a little bit of everything. You get 5-inch squares of the whole. I mean, just look at that. If it's a bit bleak and dark outside and you need a pop of glorious saturated neon colour, this is it. Now, with charm packs, you get 42 5-inch squares, and typically you get a couple of each design. It varies. Sometimes you get 1, sometimes you get 3, but typically you get 2 of each. We'll see how we get on. Look at these. Now, if you've got my book, Use Scrap Sew Blocks, Make 100 Quilts, or Simple Shape Stunning Quilts, there are quite a lot of patterns in both of those books that use charm packs or can use charm packs, including my machine stitch cathedral window. Oh, lots of you are multi-buying this. It is, look at that. These are so fun, aren't they? Just the most wonderful pop. Would you believe, this? I find this amazing, but would you believe that Tula has never before done an all floral collection? This is her first all floral. I think it's been a long time coming. I've been waiting for this. She often uses florals in the background, but this time she's dedicated, this one I think is one of my absolute favourite fabrics. I just think it's so beautiful. Yeah, it just celebrates florals. Now, of course, you have got the fabulous raindrop print as well, which is rather wonderful. And what Tula's done is she's paired every floral up with a geometric. So this one here pairs up with the checkerboard. You've got others that pair up with the polka dots. You've got others that pair up with the houndstooth check. And they are just fabulously juicy, bright floral colours. Half the stock gone already. If you're in the market for this fabulous charm pack, you will need to be pretty quick off the mark, I'm afraid. A really gorgeous kind of pastel rainbow, isn't it? That's a gorgeous print. That's a gorgeous print. Almost like cat's eyes. Love that. Love that. This sort of rainbow coloured houndstooth check is wonderful, isn't it? That is just, oh, it's a bit of all right. It's a bit of all right. If you checked out before we did the price crash, don't panic. You'll pay $16.99. You pay the crashed price. All of them cut with a sort of pinked edge. which really helps to prevent the edges fraying and keeps them in good condition. Absolutely lovely. When you come to sew, I always like to measure the charm square to just see whether I'm going to use the outside or the inside of that zigzag. I know a lot of quilters just ignore it altogether and just leave the whole thing sticking out beyond their seam allowance. It's whatever works for you, whatever gives you the results that you want. You don't have to just use them as squares. I like to cut circles out of them and applique. I've got some patterns where I've done that in my books. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Now, just be aware, my stock is disappearing before my very eyes. I've got single figures left once everyone checks out their baskets. There's a few opportunities to get involved left. If you want to put this in your basket and check it out straight away, you'll get it. If it's lingering in your basket, this is the time when it could disappear. So please don't let that happen. Check out your basket. How many baskets, please, Hannah? Oh, gosh, okay. Right, so basically all the stock that I've got available now, bar 4, is spoken for. Lovely. I'm going to keep a couple of these out for a little demo I'm going to show you. So we have got back in stock, the Creative Grids Seam Guide. Now, we've got the 15-inch and the 9-inch. My personal preference is for the 15-inch, simply because larger, longer, bigger tools do more. Simple as that. Simple as that. Because, look, if you go for the 9-inch version, which is this length, yeah, absolutely fine for marking across a 5-inch square, but I'm sure you can see if that was a 10-inch square, that would not be long enough. You can get up to about a 6.5-inch square across the diagonal with the 9-inch, but 15-inch, bigger is better. Right, so this is how we would use it. So if I was making half square triangles or quarter square triangles, I'm going to pair up my 2 squares. I'm going to grab a friction pen. I think I'm going to go with orange. And what you've got here is, it's 1/2 inch wide, this measuring ruler, and it's got non-slip on the back. And there's a centre gap down the middle. Now, you'd be forgiven for thinking you're supposed to draw through that. You're not supposed to draw through that. I thought you were to begin with, and I was trying to find a retractable pencil that would fit through, but that's not what you do. The reason why you've got that gap is so that you can really accurately line it up from corner to corner, okay? And then what you're going to do for your half square triangles is you're actually going to mark your stitching line. Now, normally, what we would do is mark the centre line and then use or rely on the accuracy of our 1/4 inch foot to sew our seams. But actually, a much, much more reliable way of getting an accurate seam allowance is to mark the seam allowance. And so that is what I'm doing here. You can see now very, very clearly I've got my stitching lines. Good friction pen colour for this fabric. This is why buying a multi-pack is so useful. If you've only got black or you've only got blue, you know, it does rather restrict the colours you can, or the fabrics that you can work on. But that really does a great job. Oh, Belinda says, morning, can you tell me when Janet Clare's now on, as I thought she was on today? She was supposed to be on. She's poorly sick. We don't know at the moment when she's back on. I think it's the 25th. I think it's the 25th. I've communicated with poorly Janet, and I think it's the 25th. Something like that. I'll check. Okay, so that's what you would do for that. All right. So that's your half square triangle. I'm just going to grab another pair. because you might want to sew quarter square triangles instead. Now for quarter square triangles, there's various different methods. You can do that, cut it apart, rearrange, remark and re-sew, or the way I was taught originally to do it, I'm just going to mark. So what you do here is you mark this diagonal, this diagonal. Well, it's not the diagonal, I'm marking the 1/4 inch seam allowance here. And then this diagonal and this. So I've do you see? And you sew, sew, sew and sew. And then you cut apart down through the middle and you'll get 4 units. I mean, it's the same as doing that and then rearranging them, but you do it in 1 step instead of 2. So a lot of people have never seen that method, but it's really clever. Oh, Belinda, you're welcome. We'll try and find out the proper date that she's on. We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. It's rotten, isn't it? There's been a lot of bugs. Christmas, lots of people getting bugs. I got a bit of a cold and I've still got a funny like underwater ear, which I never normally get, but I've got a funny underwater ear. Oh, here we go, Belinda, the 27th. In my head, it was the 25th or the 27th. There we go. Right, and of course, with your friction pen marks as well, I'm just going to remove those with an iron. Oh, I'm just ironing over here. You don't need to see me ironing, do you? I'll show you this look now. Look, the pen's gone. The pen has gone. Ta-da! It is like a magic trick. Ever so useful, these rulers. $15.99. Back in stock today. It sold out at the beginning of the month. We've just managed to get some stock back in. But these are ever so useful for marking your seam allowances. And of course, as well, if you just wanted to mark your 1/4 inch or a 1/2 inch seam allowance, then you can. One of the things a lot of people do now, if they're doing stitch and flip, is, let's imagine that you were going to do a stitch and flip corner here, okay? So, of course, what we're going to be sewing for stitch and flip is we're going to sew on the diagonal itself, okay? So what you can do there is to run one side of the ruler and mark your line. So that's your sewing line for your stitch and flip, okay? And then you're going to cut that side off and throw it away. You're not going to throw it away. Of course you're not going to throw it away. We don't do things like that. We're patchworkers. So while we're marking our sewing line, we're also going to mark another line on the opposite side of the ruler. So it's really, this bit is just about how you line it up. So I know I'm marking both sides, but I've lined it up differently. I haven't lined the diagonal up, that slot with the diagonal. I've lined up one side of the ruler with the diagonal and marked, because that's my stitching line for stitch and flip, and then another line here. So what I'd do now is I'd sew here and I'd sew here, and then I'm going to cut between the two lines. And what I'll end up then with is my stitch and flip unit, but I'll also end up with a bonus half square triangle, rather than throwing away or feeling like I've got these sort of scraps that I'll never use. I've got a stitched half square triangle that you can square up to whatever size you like. So it's a really, really useful ruler. Grab yours while we've got the stock. We never seem to have them when they're being demonstrated by a guest. So Grab it now, grab it now. Okay, and keep going through for your Tula Pink Charm Pack. Last few of those now. Okay, I've been using friction pens. Different colourways to the ones we often have. I think it's really useful to have friction pens in as many different colours as you can, because there's always a fabric that what you've got doesn't show up on, whether you're marking sewing lines, quilting lines, maybe things like pocket placement, darts, buttonhole spacing, anything like that. Friction pen is super, super useful. So let me just show you. So I'm going to use this one here. So friction pens originally invented for writing on paper and card. So called friction pens because they have like a little rubberized tip that you then rub, and it's the heat of the friction that removes the ink. How clever is that? Okay. So really useful if you do something like, you know, send a birthday card to your nearest and dearest, and then after the card comes down, rub the words away, happy 39th birthday, and then it's ready for happy 40th. I mean, look after the pennies and the pounds, look after themselves. Anyway, or if it's a different person. Okay, but also really, really useful for marking your sewing lines, but also it could well be your quilting lines. So, for example, you might be marking something like a crosshatch, okay, where you mark perhaps at 1.5 inch intervals. And it just makes the whole process of quilting and stitching easier. You might also be marking these out for cutting up to create bias strips, okay, which is what I'm going to be doing in just a second. So easy to remove. All you're going to do to remove your marks is use the heat of an iron this time. Now, typically what you want to do is set your iron to the temperature of your fabric can handle. So if you're working on cotton, you can go with 2 or 3 spots, the higher heat. If you're working on something like silk, then you might want to go at a much lower setting, the lowest setting. And you can see there, the marks have disappeared. You can also use things like a hairdryer to remove the marks as well. So for example, if it's inside a bag or if maybe on a soft toy face, for example, and you've made the toy up and popped the eyes in, often that's the last bit once it's stuffed, and you want to remove markings, then you can just use the heat of a hairdryer and that will also remove the marks. Okay, these friction pens come in a set of 4 and you get that magenta pink, you get blue, you get that lovely orange, golden orange, and then you get that sort of salmon pink. And they all come in a box. Yeah. Do you know, if I run out of friction pens, it's a day of regret in my house. It is, though, because they're so useful. And now that I use them for things, especially if I'm quilting, I'll always mark my quilting lines with friction pens. It's so quick and easy, but not if you haven't got any. £10.99. That's a very good price per pen. It's much cheaper than buying them singly. That's excellent. You can't get those colours singly anyway, but even so. Right, shall we do a bit of bias binding, bias tape making? Okay, right, so I'm going to keep my piece of fabric here. I've got a couple of different clover tips. Now, I've got the 3/8 of an inch and I've got the 1 inch, okay? So we'll start with the 1 inch. This is something I would probably mostly use for dressmaking, okay? I love clover notions. I think they're the kind of thing, they always work beautifully. Now, this is set up for fusible. These are fusible tape makers. Yeah, this is the 5mm. That's fine. So I'm going to open this pack. So now, well, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you two ways with this. Please, may I have some pins, by the way? Right now, I do just need to grab some flatter. Okay, because the first thing that you're going to do is you need to treat your fabric. Okay, so I'm going to spray. I'm going to spray my fabric with either flatter or best press or spray starch. You could use laundry starch if you prefer, and just give it a light spritz, and then I'm going to iron it. So what I want is for the fabric to have a bit more handle, a bit more creasability, okay? Smashing. Oh, and smells gorgeous. That was the pineapple, gorgeous pineapple one. Right, next up, I'm going to grab my cutting board. It's a fun one, isn't it? And I'm just going to line up the 45-degree line on my ruler with a straight edge. Now, in this case, I've just lined it up with my selve edge, which puts the cutting edge on a 45-degree angle, which is exactly what I want. So I'm going to cut, okay. Now I've exposed the bias of my fabric. I'm going to turn that around, and now I'm making 1 inch wide bias binding, so I need to cut my strip double that width, 2 inches. But just my top tip, if you're someone who when they cut likes their line visible on the fabric, this is one time that you just want to shuffle it over so that it's really just 2 inches, not generously 2 inches. I like to just do it just. Okay, so I've cut myself a 2 inch wide strip there, okay, and I'm going to show you how to use the tape maker. Any chance of that pin, please? Thank you. Right, so I've got, I think he's not here. Thank you, all right. Okay. I can grab it. I'm going to grab a pin now. Bear with me. Let's see if I can find a pin. Right, I've got one. Okay. Right. Okay, so I've got myself a little pin. So what I'm going to do now, it's helpful to have a pointy edge. If your fabric has a straight edge, you can cut a little point there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to push that point into the open end. Now, you're trying to get a flat piece of fabric into a curved shape. So a little tip here is actually to pinch the fabric, just to put a little bit of a curve into it, and it will go through easier. Now, once you can see the fabric appear in that slot, grab your pin and stroke along, and it will ease the fabric through. And you can see there now, it's folding the raw edges into the center, okay? So I'm going to grab my iron next, and I'm just going to flatten out that end. Obviously, I will trim this end off. And then the last thing to do is just to use your pin and pin that fabric to your ironing surface, okay? Now then, make sure that the tip of your iron is against the tip of your tape maker, and then you're going to press. And it's a sort of continuous action of pressing and moving your tape maker away, kind of keeping a fairly constant speed. Oh, didn't do such a good job there. I've kind of gone off a little bit. I'm gonna have another go at that. I can do better. You can iron it back out. You can iron it back out. You can always have another go. Most of the time when I'm making bias binding, I'm using smaller, narrower widths. There we go. Whoops. There we go. You just want to get everything folded in nicely. There we go. Let's give that a little press. Now you'll see, as I'm doing this, you'll see that there's a groove that runs up this side and a little hole that runs through the back. Now if you want to make fusible bias tape, you use this tape maker in conjunction with a roll of fusible tape. Okay. Now, effectively, this fusible tape is a very, very narrow strip of Bondweb or something similar. Okay, that's what it is, all right? And so what you do is you run this through, and there's a paper side and a glue side, as always. Now, you would use this in particular, yeah? You would use this in particular if you were going to do like fused, more so applique using your tape, okay? Like stained glass window, which you wouldn't typically use the 1 inch wide for, okay? But I'll just show you with this. So what you would do then is you make the tape, just iron this down. Just make sure, oh, sorry. It's not fusing because it had just come away. There we go, right. There we go, that's it, we're in business now. Right, so you just want to fuse the end down, and then effectively what you do is you can run the two together as you're making your fusible tape. You're also ironing that fusible in place along the back of your tape. And then once you've done that, let me just snip this off. Once you've done that, you can remove the paper, and what you'll do then is you've got your background fabric. Here's my little bit of background fabric. You can then lay that in place and fuse the whole thing down. And that is then held in place and ready to stitch. Now, we've got the smaller tip. This is the 9mm. This is the one I use all the time. This is the one I use all the time. This creates 3/8 of an inch bias. This, much more useful, I think, than the 1/4 inch wide. So a lot of people have the 1/4 inch wide one. The 3/8, I think, is better. I'll do a quick demo with this one as well. So this time around, we need double the width. So I've got my little square of fabric. So 3/8 of an inch doubled is 6/8 of an inch, or 3/4 of an inch. So I'm going to cut a strip that's 3/4 of an inch wide. There we go. And again, this has been pre-treated with flatter. You could use best press or spray starch instead. And then same principle. You're going to pop the end through the open end, the wide open end. As soon as you see the fabric appear in the slot, use a pin just to stroke and pull that through. Okay. I like to flatten the end with my iron. And I want my iron on its hottest setting because I'm working with cotton. pin that to your ironing board, just keeps it behaving itself. And then you're just going to pull back with the tape maker, keep the tip of the tape maker and the tip of your iron next to each other. And you can see there we're making beautifully folded bias. Now again, if you want to make it fusible bias tape, run your paper through. Just lift this up. Okay. I'm going to pop it right on the back there. So just iron this to the back of your tape. Personally, I like to do this as two separate actions, but you can actually, if I show you now, you can actually do the two together. All right, like so. And then when you peel the paper backing off, it leaves the glue behind and you can then stick that to your fabric. So I'm just gonna quickly show you here. Whoops. So you just iron it down, do you see? And then that will, and then that's just ready to stitch. This is the kind of thing you could do with it. This is stained glass. How cool is that? Or you can also do Celtic knot work. Yeah, so I've done that as well. Really fun. All those overs and unders. Fab. $9.99 for the fusible bias tape maker. Remember, you can use this with or without the fusible tape. If you don't use it with the fusible tape, my preference is a thin glue stick to just draw a line where you want your design and then stick the bias to it. For me, the most important thing is making that great quality bias binding first, that double fold, which is so easy with the Clover tape maker. Okay, let me grab the charm pack. I've got single figures now of the charm pack. This is brand new today. We haven't had this before. We've had the tangled range, entangled, but we haven't had the 5-inch charm pack. Now, it should be $18.99. You're saving £2 today, but just to let you know, I've only got very, very low teens left. In fact, I've got 13 charm packs left. This is our, brand new in-stock quantity. So we got lots, but lots and lots of you have got this today. I now have only 12 charm packs left. If you want to get this brand new charm pack from Tula Pink, don't hang about, please. You get 1 or 2 of each fabric from the collection, and it's a gorgeous sort of combination of rich florals and geometrics with a little bit of raindrop thrown in. The raindrop print I just think is sublime, absolutely gorgeous. Also love that rainbow dogtooth or houndstooth check. This is the first time that Tula's ever done an all floral range. There are no animals in this fabric. There's nothing hidden. You won't find anything. Let me save you looking. They're not just really well hidden, they're not there at all. All florals mixed with these wonderful geometrics. Loads and loads of lovely patterns that use charm squares. Funnily enough, the very, very first pattern I ever wrote for a magazine was using a charm pack. It was called My Garden Charms, and it was a table runner with piecing and some applique, and it was all made using one charm pack. And that was the first thing I ever had published in Popular Patchwork magazine. All those years ago. But there's lots and lots of other ways you can use them. Of course, you can use them to make half square or quarter square triangles. You could make 9-patch blocks using these. You can put Bonder web on the back, cut out a circle, applique that to a background, stitch around the circle, use them as circles or cut them up into half or quarter circles and repiece them. You could cut stars out of every one of these and applique them to a background. There's lots and lots of different ways you can cut strips out of your charm squares as well. Single figures left, and there are more in baskets than we have available. Now, the ruler I was using earlier on is the Creative Grid 6.5 inch by 12.5 inch ruler. Super useful, especially, I think, when you're working with smaller cuts of fabric, so fat quarters, fat eighths, or scraps. It is really rather cumbersome to try and use a 24.5 inch ruler to cut scraps. It's so cumbersome, it's so labour intensive, and it will take you twice as long. Those rulers are designed to use with yardage. If you're working with fat quarters or less, use a smaller ruler. You will find it's so much quicker and easier to turn and manipulate a short ruler. Also, of course, you've got your angle lines, 45 degrees, 60 degrees, and 30 degrees. You've also got, on these sides, you've got your inch mark, 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, and so on, marked in white. If you turn the ruler around, you've got black markings, and this is 1.5, 2.5, 3.5. So really cleverly designed ruler. As all Creative Grid rulers, you've got a non-slip band running around the underside, and also numerous non-slip spots. These all help to keep your fabric safe and secure on your ruler, on your mat rather. Stop it slipping and sliding. So you avoid miscuts. Right, now Janet Clare isn't here today, but her fabric is. I've got a mega bundle. This is of her newest collection. We'll pop the details up. It's called Longshore, and you know, periodically, Janet creates collections which have a coastal or a sea-themed look to them. And they're some of my favourites that Janet does. And this is a gorgeous collection in those kind of coastal colours, soft blues, tan, sandy, golden shades. Now, within your bundle, you're getting 6.5 metres, 13 half-metre cuts. You're also getting half a metre for free. That's an £8.99 saving. So £107.88. Now, I don't even have teens of this bundle. So if you want it, this is your chance. What we've got by the half metre is on the website. I'm not going to go through them by the half metre, but just to show you the prints you're getting in your mega bundle, you've got that sort of world map. You've got this rather fabulous, this is gorgeous, look, kind of pictorial whale, the sailing ships, tying knots, shells, seaweed. It's just gorgeous, and all taken from Janet's original artwork. You've got the little sailing ships there, the yachts and the sailing ships, little city vignettes. There's that world map again. You've got fishing nets. What a gorgeous texture that is. You've also got, this one is almost like oil on water. It's a really clever print, really useful print too. Absolutely marvellous the way it's been done. And the quality of the cotton is sublime. It's Moda, of course, and we know Moda well. Absolutely incredible quality fabrics. Got that one in tan. There's the fishing net in that lovely warm sandy colour. The little city vignettes, the ships, and these little kind of guiding stars. It is wonderful, isn't it? Beautiful, beautiful. Peaceful, calm, subtle as well. Lovely. I made a baby quilt out of To the Sea, which was an earlier kind of sea theme collection from Janet Clare. Do something very similar. It was really, really simple, just kind of rail fence blocks and plain blocks and little 9-patch blocks. Absolutely lovely. And I just mixed in some of our ivory and some of our seeded natural cotton, which really just worked beautifully. Now, lots of you with this in your baskets, do check out. We can't make any more of these bundles when they're sold out, so this is probably your last chance to get them. Also, just want to point out as well, if you want to take advantage of split pay, if you've never shopped with us or used split pay before, you might be thinking, what is it? What does it do? So split pay is just a way of spreading the cost over 2, 3, 4 or 5 payments. In this case, we've given you 2 split pays if you'd like them. So what you would do when you come to check out your basket, there'll be a split pay option, a box. Tick that box and you'll pay $53.94 today rather than $107.88. For that money, we then send out we don't send half of it. You send out the whole thing in 3 to 5 working days, and then in a month's time, the second and final payment comes out of your account. You don't pay any interest. You don't have to fill in a form. There isn't a credit check to go through. It's just a choice when you check out. So that is Longshore. Remember, what we've got in bundles is all we can ever make. We can't restock these bundles. We've maxed it out. We've maxed it out and given you half a metre for free. I think I always pick my print that I'm going to say I got that one for free. And I'm going to say it was that one because it's such a beautiful fabric. Janet, if you're watching, we'll miss you. Get well soon. Get well soon. Lots of people asking after you. Right, let's move on to Flatter. So Flatter is a spray starch alternative. It's a fabric conditioner and kind of prep. We're going to start with the Pineapple Grove, which is the one I was using. It's also the one that's currently in my sewing caddy that I'm using in all my sewing. Now, I use this even on unwashed fabric, but definitely on pre-washed fabric, to create a better handle, a firmer handle to the fabric, easier to cut, easier to press, easier to sew, more accurate results. It also means that if you're working with things like bias edges, they're more controlled. Bias binding and hems stay firmer for longer. And you can also use it for starch and press applique. Now, let's do a price comparison. Rather an unflattering price comparison, Hannah, this one. This is on Amazon, £19.68. That's 30 pence cheaper than buying it from Sewing Street. I'm not going to send you to Amazon, folks. We can do better. We can do better, okay? At the moment, they're 60p cheaper. Now, we've just knocked off £6 from the price. £13.99 is what you pay. £13.99. This is our last of stock. This is our last of stock now. And the smell is gorgeous. Sweet, fresh, juicy pineapple. Simple as. Absolutely gorgeous. That's the one I'm currently using. Now, next up, let's do Fig. Let's do Fig. The Fig one's gorgeous. Oh. That's sort of like a really expensive, like designer candle. Not floral, not particularly fruity either. It's sort of a slightly fruity, almost like an aftershave smell, like a gorgeous, rich, deep scent, really like the scent of roasted figs. £13.99 again, you're making a £6 saving. Now, just to put into context, I can't tell you how long a bottle's going to last because it depends how often you use it. But you know how much sewing I do. And my Pineapple Grove one, I started it I think in November. It's still going strong. I've almost half a bottle still to go, because with this, one and done. When you're spraying your fabric, you don't need to keep on repeatedly spritzing. You don't need your fabric to be wet. It's just a light spray over the surface and then iron. You don't get any residue, you don't get any flakiness or build up, you don't get any kind of browning of your fabrics, which you can get if you use regular starch. It's kind of a vegetable matter and it can burn, which this doesn't happen with your flatter. Right, next up, I've got the yuzu. This is the one I want next. Absolutely beautiful. It's again a sort of posh candle scent. Yuzu is like a sort of Japanese citrus fruit, a bit like a grapefruit. So you've got those lovely zesty colour, zesty flavours there, or zesty scents. It's not coloured, by the way. There's no colour to the fragrance or to the product. That's yuzu. I think that's lovely. Yum. And again, you're going to use this with things like your bias tape maker, whether you go electric, whether you go manual like I just showed you, you'll need this too. And then the last one that I've got is the scent free or scentless. So if you don't like smelly things, then you can still get all of the benefits of flatter without any fragrance at all. You're also getting the benefit of a £6 saving there. That's flatter. Right, now next up, one of my absolute hero products. This is batting seam tape. This is from, the one I've got is June Taylor, not Bosel. The code is KFM 408. Okay, this is the one you're going to get. Okay, I'm going to show you how to use it. This has got me out of some scrapes, let me tell you. There have been a couple of occasions when I've been long arm quilting and I haven't got enough wadding loaded. And of course, if you're doing it old style, you know, just regular, you're quilting it, if it was a bit short, you could zigzag or sew the batting. But you can't do that if it's on a frame. Anyway, let me show you how to use this tape. It's absolutely brilliant, brilliant stuff. So the tape itself looks a little bit like plain net curtain, I suppose, but it has a fusible on one side. You can feel it and you can see a slightly shininess to one side. That's the fusible side. So I use it to make what I call frankenbatting. So where you've got offcuts of quilt batting that you want to use, that you don't want to throw away, okay, you're going to patchwork them. Now what you definitely don't want to do is put those together and zigzag, or stitch them, or even butt them together and zigzag. I know I said zigzag a moment ago, I didn't really mean that, I meant you'd hand feather stitch, which is quite a long process. Really quick to do it with the batting tape. What you want to do, if they don't butt up against each other nicely, is layer them, offset them a little bit, And then I'm just going to cut through. Let's try a sharp pair of scissors. One hopes. And I'm going to cut just a very, very gently curving line. So just not quite straight. You can probably do that without trying. Right, I'm going to remove this little bit and this little bit. And the reason why I like that gentle curve is that it's much, much easier to get a perfect, invisible match. You don't get any bulk there, you don't get any overlap, and they butt together beautifully. And once that's all together, it's virtually invisible, and that's without any fabric over the top. Right, so once you've done that, you're then going to get your piece of tape. I'm going to just snip the end off. There we go. Now, the instructions show ironing straight on top of the tape. Personally, I like to put a cloth or a bit of scrap fabric over the top, and then I'm going to iron. Just personal preference. Okay? And just spend a moment or two, and what this is doing is activating the fusible, and it is joining the batting together. But because we cannot have any overlap, if you had any kind of overlap at all, you would end up with a lump in your quilt. And we definitely, definitely don't want lumps in our quilts. That is now held together absolutely beautifully. It's like one piece of batting. Yeah. You don't need to put it on both sides. One side is absolutely fine. Okay, and then what you would do from there is, let's grab my next offcut. You know, and these are the kind of bits that you would just throw in the bin, probably, or start the fire with, maybe. But now they can become useful and usable batting pieces. Obviously, the little thin scraps that I'm trimming away, these sorts of bits, you can cut those up and use them for toy stuffing. So let's do the same again on this side. So again, I've got a little bit of toy stuffing there. Get those beautifully butted together. And then again, make sure you feel for the fusible side. If you've never tried using this tape, grab yourself some. It's absolutely brilliant. Pop a cloth over the top, and then we're just going to iron. So now, when you layer up your quilt, maybe you go for the best value wadding. Our best value wadding is, the wider our wadding, the better value it is, okay? So if you don't make king size quilts, you can still buy the really wide batting, okay? But then cut 1/2 metre into 3 strips, okay? Then use your batting tape to join those 3 strips together. And what you'll end up with then is a batting which is going to be, let me think, about 40 inches wide by about 60 inches deep. So a craft or a crib wadding from 1/2 metre of wadding. You've turned a long strip into a quilt size batting using 3 strips, or 2 cuts and 2 bits of tape. And it's as easy as that. It's as easy as that. And now we've got usable batting. You know, those little strips that I had before were probably only good enough for a coaster. Now, if nothing else, I could use that for a placemat or a cushion. There's absolutely no need to waste any of your bits of wadding. Even these bits can get used to stuff pincushions or soft toys, snip them up, however you want to use them, but don't even throw that away. But it's such an easy way to create Frankenbatting. I love it. I love it. It's such a useful product. It really is. And I think you get 9 meters, 9.1 meters. Yeah. Worth multi-buying. I'm just going to say it's worth multi-buying. All right, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, Emily Roberts is here. Brand new tools, wonderful demonstrations as always. I'll see you after the break.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Five managers from as far as Redditch are about to play the game of a lifetime to compete with each other to bring you the very best deals. It's a game of great savings, amazing products, and mind-blowing deals. Welcome to the Treaters. Now I'm going to walk around the table. If I touch your shoulder, you are a treater. Treaters, now reveal yourselves.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Oh, biggest ever stock. We're starting with the zip jig. This is the biggest ever stock we've had. I still don't think it's enough, but there you go. This is the zipper jig from Emily Roberts from MEB Designs. I will introduce Emily in just 1 second and she's going to show us how to use the zipper jig, but I want to just get this straight out there. Now, just to explain, there is one set of graphics but 2 colour options. So all you do when you get to the website, one item number, there is a drop down menu that says colour pink or teal. Oh, look, the picture changes. It never used to do that.
That is
it might not do that on
fancy.
every one of them. Oh, I say. We have stepped up into the 20th century.
Absolutely.
20th century has arrived. That may not happen with everyone. I'll just warn you now, but it does for them. So you choose the colour and then that's it, and then just add to basket. So, Emily Roberts, welcome back.
Hello.
Looking super cute in your granny square cardigan. I love
I feel
that.
like I'm on trend. I'm colourful.
Completely.
Yes.
Colour blocking.
Love it. Rainbow.
Brilliant.
Like it, yeah.
Welcome back to Sewing Street.
Thank you.
Now, I do need to let you know, a quarter of the biggest ever stock is already gone. We all love the zipper jig. And can I just say that I think the zipper jig is so fundamental for bag makers now that in my new book, which comes out in the summer, which is another bag making book, I have included the zipper jig and details of Emily Roberts because I think it's
cry.
I think it's brilliant, Emily, and I put my money where my mouth is. So here we go. So can you show us how to use it, please?
Of course I can. Yes, it's super duper easy. So you want to have, I always call this the front of the zipper jig. So you want the front of the zipper jig,
the sort of flat side
facing you. And your zipper pull, when you've got like a little keyring of such on your zipper pull, if you kind of pull that away from the zip itself, and you're going to put it on there so that you can now see the back of your zip pull.
Yeah.
That's the back there. I'm going to separate my zip.
Now you're using number 5 zip. This does also work with number 3 zip.
I think this is a number 3, this one.
Oh, that's a number 3.
Yeah,
I've done 3 or 5.
3 or 5s will work.
Perfect.
So I've separated it, so I've got the coils in the middle, and I'm just going to flip it again so I can see the back of the zip, but the coils are facing sort of towards the zip. I'm going to kind of go in at an angle, pull down on the corners.
And that's how easy it is. And that's why every single time the zipper jig comes on Sewing Street, it sells out in a jiffy. Morning, Stuart and Emily. I have the zipper jig. It's brilliant, as are all her tools. That's Joy in Peterborough.
Oh, thank you, Joy.
Thanks, Joy. There is a small queue on the phone line. Please bear with us. When everyone's checked out, half the stock's gone. On the normal day, we would have already sold out. The only reason why we've got any stock at the moment is because we bought the biggest ever stock that we've ever had from MEB Designs.
Kept me busy.
Me?
Kept me busy over Christmas.
We really have. We really have. Now, if you're looking, thinking, well, I don't, you're just putting the pull onto a zip. It looks easy because we're using the zipper jig.
Yeah.
If you have ever tried doing this, just in your hand.
Yeah.
Oh, Emily,
Sorry.
I can't tell you the amount of zip I've wasted.
Yeah.
Chopped up,
Yeah.
thrown at the
Thrown.
wall,
Yeah.
and I'm not somebody that loses their temper.
No, I'm not, but with that, I can.
Oh, it's deadly.
Yeah. And my mum doesn't sew, and she came to an event with me before Christmas. And I'd gone, I don't know if I'd gone to the toilet or what, and somebody asked how to use the zipper jig, and she thought, oh no. She thought, I've seen her do it loads of times. And she did it straight away.
First time.
And she was like, if I can do it, anyone can do it. And I believe that, so maybe one day we'll have to get her to put her money where her mouth is.
Yeah. If you're thinking, is there a knack? This is the knack.
Yeah.
This is why you can do it first time, every time. They're absolutely brilliant. Now, teal or pink, they are absolutely level pegging. They weren't a moment ago. There was a slight difference, but they are absolutely level pegging. It is as easy as that. You just put the zipper pull into the slot and slide the two halves of the zip through. This is also a way you can put two zip pulls onto one zip.
Yep.
Michelle from Lancashire says, people, stop struggling, make your life easy. Honestly, Michelle, I wish there was a zipper jig for everything.
Yes.
I did, and I'm the proud owner of all of Emily's products, and the results speak for
Thank you,
themselves.
Michelle. That's really nice.
Gorgeous.
That's
But I love your attitude, Michelle. You're right. Stop struggling, make your life easier. I'm not a gimmick person at all. I'm not a gadget person.
No.
I wouldn't part with my zipper jig because it does the job it's designed to do brilliantly every time. And the actual job it's trying to do is a nightmare without it.
It is. Just going to see if I'd got another zipper pull actually to pop it on.
It's so hard to do a zipper pull any other way. A message. Got mine, yippee! That's from Neve in County Clare. Well done, Neve. Well done. Well done. What's the hole in the back for, by the way, Emily?
So you can screw it onto your desk.
Gotcha. Yes.
So obviously it's very portable, but if you've got yourself a sewing room and you want to put it on the desk, it doesn't particularly move around. I mean, obviously you've seen me use it; it weren't slipping and sliding. But if you want it a bit more permanent, you can do, yeah.
I must admit, mine's in my tool caddy. I have my absolute essential tool caddy that I take with me everywhere. And I've got the teal one. My zipper jig is in my tool caddy always because you never know. And also as well, even if you weren't intending to, we've all pulled the zipper pull off, haven't we?
That's it, we've all been there. Yeah.
We've all been there.
Yeah, we've all been there. So I've just popped two zips on just to show that you can pop two on.
Look at that, there you go. So you can do that where you do like on a big bag where you pull it apart.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. Love that. And the thing is as well, you can just buy like regular number 3 zips, craft zips, and then add a second pull.
Yeah, absolutely.
To them.
Yeah, definitely.
Samantha's just bought one to stop her struggling with a fork. Yes, there's a thing about...
Oh, yes. See, and I could never knack the fork.
No, I couldn't get... No, that is a knack.
Yeah.
And I haven't got time to get the knack. Graham's got in touch.
Hi, Dad.
Morning, Graham. Dad, as he's also known. Says, hello, Emily and Stuart. Happy New Year, Stuart. Emily's dad. Oh, Graham, Happy New Year to you too as well.
Oh, bless him.
Carol has a request.
Right, okay.
She says, hi, you two beautiful people. Is there any chance of getting a zipper jig for bigger zips? That's Carol in the West Midlands. Well, now I use my number 3 and my number 5.
Yeah.
Are we talking like chunky coat zips here? I don't see any reason why it would...
Yeah, I can't see particularly any... I don't think I've got any number 5 zip pulls on me, but we could
But number 3 and number 5 work, Carol. And to be fair, you've only got to be able to fit the zipper jig holds the zipper pull in place. So long as you can kind of, even if it's just slightly wedged in the top.
Yeah, because obviously this is a number 3, and as you can see, like kind of slides. That one's not quite all the way down to the bottom.
Yeah.
This one's a bit of a looser one.
Did you?
That goes all the way down to the bottom. So the bigger the zip and zip pull, it would just sit
bit higher.
Bit higher up.
Did your heart flutter at home, by the way, then when Emily pulled the zip pull off the zip? That's trauma. That's that.
It's trauma.
That is.
Sorry,
that
guys.
is because you've sat there like I have for an hour. I've got mine. Woohoo! That's Pamela in Bristol.
Thank you, Pamela.
It's going to sell out. Teal, I've got single figures. Pink, I've got very, very low teens. This was our biggest ever stock. There's over 60 of you with the zipper jig in your baskets. We can't see which colour you're going for. Just a handful left of teal. Very, very low teens. 13, in fact, I'll tell you. 13 pink, 5 teal. That's it. This was our biggest ever stock. Biggest ever stock. Right, Emily, you and your dad Graham have been very busy making zipper jigs. Because also, by the way, if you didn't know, Emily and her dad manufacture everything.
Everything, absolutely everything.
You make everything as well as design it.
Yep. And I can't see that ever changing. I feel like it's important to keep, I think by manufacturing ourselves, we can keep the quality where we want it to be, costs where we want them to be.
Yep.
Just a bit more creative control.
Well, exactly, because you can innovate one day and make the prototype
That's
the
exactly
next.
it. And I'm a bit of a control freak like that, so it works perfectly.
I think most creative people are, in some form or another.
I want to do it now. When I've got a design, I want it now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Now, we've got a brand new product from Emily. Emily, I wonder, would you mind just grabbing both of the bags and just bringing them over?
Of course I will.
Come over and join me.
Oh, lovely.
Now I love, love, love this look on a bag. To me, this always says classy bag. And I'm talking about these gorgeous sort of part decorative, part hard-wearing.
Yeah, hard-wearing, makes your bag stand up a bit better as well, depending on what fabric you use, certainly, anyway,
Typically, they're used as reinforcement, but they do also give the opportunity to give that little pop of something else on a bag. This is a brilliant new tool, Emily. I love this.
I'm pleased with this one. It's a nice one, this.
If you'd done this before I signed off on the book, this could have gone in as well.
Maybe that's for next book.
I'll write another book. Right, now, what's brilliant, so often with Emily's tools, they are multi-size, for $9.99, absolutely incredible value. Let me show you. I'm going to now same thing here. There's pink and there's teal. It's a drop-down menu. We might have a look at the website just to see whether the colour changes or not. It does. It does.
Oh, yay!
Check this out. Woo! Nice. Woohoo! Look at that.
Oh, it's getting exciting in here.
I mean, it doesn't take much.
No,
it doesn't.
No, me neither. Me neither.
I was going to say it's an age thing,
That's
but you're only 20.
No, that's the height of technology, that, for me.
I just marvel. How do they do that? But look, you've got... So this is to make your boxed corner access. So you use it on a boxy bag?
Yes,
or on a bag that's got kind of like a square profile?
Yeah, at least a square bottom. Yeah.
You don't have to box the corners to use this. Or do you?
No, I suppose not necessarily.
So you get a 2.5 inch. You get a, wait a minute, that's another 2.5 inch.
Oh, hang on, do you want another? Hang on.
You got the other one over there?
I might have.
I can open a green one, a teal one.
2 inch are you looking for?
Oh, you got it, brilliant,
Yeah.
well done. Right, thank you.
You can see I've used a blue pen on that
you get the 2.5 inch, you get the 2 inch, you get the 1 inch, and...
Bear with them.
Is it the 1.5?
Yeah, I've got a 1.5. 1.5 here.
Thank you.
There we are.
1.5 inch. Now, you also, I'm just going to show you on the teal, you also get a split ring and holes punched in all of the... So you can put them all together, like on a key ring, hang them on a hook next to your sewing machine, so they're always there, always ready to go. These are super clever. Now, we've got them in the pink, we've also got them in the teal, and it's just that drop-down menu. Now, Emily, you're going to very kindly show us how to use these, aren't you?
I am, yes.
I'll let you get yourself ready for a demo. Do you want the
Thank
pink set back?
Just the 2-inch one, if
Oh,
anything.
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Fab. So, are you team pink or team teal? I absolutely love this look. And it creates that stability, a bit of extra stiffness. Now, these are done in faux leather here and cork here, but you can just as easily use fabric, can't you?
You can, yeah. So you could either, where I've straight stitched those, because obviously the fabric doesn't fray, you could zigzag stitch or a decorative stitch, or you could put some Bonder web on there and iron it on first to stop the fraying. So you've got options.
But you could also, as well, just as easily use something like H250 interfacing, put the layer of that with your fabric, mark the design, mark the circle, sew around the curve, cut back, and then turn it through. And you'll have a perfectly turned edge and fusible on the back that you can iron it in place and then just top stitch it exactly the same way. So you can do it with regular fabric or vinyl, fusible, leather, you name it. Right, Emily, show us how.
Right, so, tips flying all over. So I'm going to use some cork for the demo, just like the one on the sample over there. So I've got a heat erasable pen, but I am doing it on the back. And you want 4 of these. So for each bag, I mean, you could just do it on the front, but I think to get the desired look, I would go for making sure you've got 1 on each corner, front and back. And I'm literally just going to trace all the way around 4 times.
And the other thing as well is, if you're happy for people who make and sell to use your
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
So if you're making to sell and you batch make loads, you will already know it is much faster to draw around something than to trace something.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Much quicker.
Much quicker.
So you can really batch make these.
I think because when I first started my business, like over 10 years ago now, I used to make and sell, and I think...
You're still at school, Emily?
I was 18, yeah, when I set my
Amazing.
business
That's
up.
real entrepreneur spirit.
Yeah, I even had a cake decorating business when I was about 14, so I've always must have had it in me.
Yeah.
Get that from my dad, though, I suppose.
Some people are natural entrepreneurs, aren't they?
Yeah, but I sort of used to make and sell, and it were always coming up with ways that I could still have a quality handmade item,
Yes.
but the longer you take, the higher the price tag, the less, you know, I don't know, I always used to come up with ways to be a bit more efficient.
Yeah, you learn as you go along, don't you?
Yeah.
Michelle from Lancashire says, whoop, whoop, I said I had all of Emily's tools. I do now.
Oh.
Just bought the border accent tool.
Thank you, Michelle.
Well done. Oh, you're not the only one. Veronica says, I got mine in teal.
Ooh,
that's from
lovely.
Veronica in Caerphilly. Charlie, my husband, is also a businessman and entrepreneur, and he started his first business when he was about 8.
Wow.
And he used to get his dad to take him to the wholesalers and bought like sweets in bulk.
Yeah.
And then used to set up like an illegal
Oh,
sweet shop,
yeah,
tuck
at school.
shop at school.
Do you know what? It's funny because I went to school with people that did that, and I always think, looking back, it's quite good that people had the
Really
initiative. I
entrepreneurial.
think so.
The problem was, A, the school didn't like it.
No,
and,
I'm not
you know,
surprised.
but also, he didn't make any money out of it to reinvest because he used to spend the money on sweets and eat the profits. But lesson learned.
Yeah. No, there was people at my school that did that. You always knew you could go to at break time for a chocolate bar. But obviously, teachers used to confiscate it if the...
Did they wear like long coats that had like multiple pockets, and they would just kind of like open the pockets with like Twix at the top and malted
that's funny.
milks? That's showing my age.
Oh. But yeah, I always think it should be encouraged, not like
I agree.
scrutinised.
I agree. Teal's limited. Teal's limited. It's turned pink, which means don't think. Just check out your basket. Vian asks, morning Vian, he says, morning Stuart, what are the jigs made out of? The zipper jigs?
So it's a plastic, but it's almost like a biodegradable one in the sense that it's not a harsh plastic, as in, how do I explain this? So it's not one that's bad for the environment, if that makes sense, but it's a hard-wearing plastic.
The thing is, you know, plastic's getting a real bad rap at the moment, and in
It
some ways
is.
rightly so.
Yeah.
But I remember somebody saying, you know, you think about how valuable a plastic bucket is.
Yeah.
If you're, you know,
Yeah, and what it can do,
something that will
absolutely,
last
yeah.
a lifetime.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a brilliant material
Yeah.
to use.
Yeah.
And you, it's not digital printing. What is it called? 3D printing.
3D printing, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
amazing.
it starts from nothing, I suppose, and just builds up, yeah.
Clever.
And I just taught myself how to design. I never used a 3D design software, just taught myself how to use it. Taught myself how to use the machines, and there's a bit of a factory going on now.
Absolutely
so,
brilliant.
Yeah.
If you didn't know already, Emily Roberts won our Search for a Sewing Superstar competition a couple of years ago, and it's just been absolutely wonderful to see how you are blossoming.
Aw,
and it's a process.
Yeah.
You're still doing it.
No, that's it. I think from then, I mean, what is that, about 2 years ago, over 2 years ago now, isn't it? And I just think I don't know, I figured out where I wanted to be and where I wanted to sit in the industry, and
Yeah.
I think I found
At
it.
this moment
I'd like
in
to think
time.
so, yeah.
Who
this
knows
is
what the
where I
future
sit.
holds?
That's it.
Teal's about to sell out. There are still okay stocks of pink, but not masses. It's not masses. There's over 30 of you in baskets. Actually, we don't have 30 in total of these new accent corners left. Terry from Lancashire. Oh, is this Terry? I know Terry. Hey Terry, Terry B says, I love Emily's tools. I've got 6 different ones. I've just ordered the zip and corner ones in teal. Good morning
Thank
to
you,
both.
Terry. Yes, good morning.
Lovely, lovely.
Have you got a boxy bag tool, original one I could borrow, please? Because I need to use it and I don't know where mine is.
Yes, I do. Boxy bag
Thanks.
tool.
Wonderful.
Go. We'll put the boxy bag tool on. This is the original.
Original one.
So this is what you use to create those cutaway boxed corners.
Yeah. So again, you don't have to have the boxy bag tool to use this new tool, but it just, again, efficiency speeds things up. So obviously I'm going to be making a bag. I've got 2 outers and 2 linings. I've just cut these to the dimensions I wanted. And that's the nice thing about these tools. You can kind of design your own bags. The corner accent I used was the 2-inch one. So I'm going to use the 2-inch boxy bag because all the corner accents match up perfectly with all the sizes on the original boxy bag
use
tool.
the same size?
The same sizes, yeah.
Fair enough.
So I've just lined the edges up. I'm tracing with the heat erasable pen. Just get this to line up. Normally I would sort of spend a bit more time and maybe either pin these layers together while I'm cutting, or I'd probably do it more individually, but
would
just
you?
for
I'm
a bit
pretty
of,
slapdash.
It depends what kind of mood I'm in, to be honest. If I need to be quick, I would do it like I'm doing it now, to be fair. Or I might at least pin my layers together and make sure they're a bit more matched up than they currently are. But
for the purposes
for
of
the purposes, that's it. There we go.
Now, just to show you quickly while Emily's doing that, boxy bag tool, this is the original. Now this one you get, again, you always get like multiple sizes. It's so brilliant. You've got the 1-inch, the 1.5 inch, the 2-inch and the 2.5 inch boxy corner. So you're just going to use those to create your consistent, neat, accurate box bottoms. It's one of the easiest ways to make a shaped bag. So this is the original. There is a boxy bag 2 which has different sizes of corners. We'll get to that in just a second. Thanks, Emily.
No worries. So all I've done now is match up the accent with the cut-out corner. So obviously you could put some pins in as well if you wanted to, or you could use glue.
So this is just on a single layer now?
This is just on a single layer. Just going to pop a pin in there.
The accent tool details are on screen. It's brand new today, a brand new product from MEB Designs. The teal, I've got 3 left. If you want pink, I've got 21, but that is it. This was brand new today. It's been absolutely flying out. Graham, Dad Graham and Emily have been very, very busy creating this brand new tool. Absolutely superb.
And then all I'm doing is sewing around the curve. So I'm not sewing around the cut-out portion of it, just the curve.
Just the curved edge. Oh,
And
I like that.
I've lengthened my stitch as well to about a 3, just because I always say if it's a stitch that's going to be seen, a longer stitch length always looks a bit nicer.
Agreed.
In my opinion.
Agreed. Teal, I've got 2 left, 19 of pink. If you want either of those, you are going to have to be quick now. Teal, I've got 1 left, just 1 left for teal.
So it looks like that. So I've sewn all the way around there. I've left this unstitched. So I'm going to do the exact same on the other side.
Now, teal has sold out. The corner accent tool, teal has sold out. Pink is now limited. We've just got low teens left now. Please check out your basket. It is literally just the colour that's different. You get 4 different sizes, 1 inch, 1.5, 2 inch, 2.5, and you get your split ring so that you can keep them all together on like a little sort of key ring or hang them on a hook so they're always at your side.
Yeah.
Very clever design, that. I really like that.
Well, I sort of thought, obviously, a lot of my other tools are all the sort of same width. Now, these didn't need to be as chunky. So I thought thinner, but then how am I going to keep them all as
so
one?
on a ring. It's absolutely brilliant, yeah. It works really, really well.
So I just need to do the same with this one. So that's what it looks like so far.
Great, no problem. Now, so this corner set, the corner accent tool, this fits the same sizes as the original boxy bag tool. On the original boxy bag tool, you also have the 1 inch, 1.5, 2 and 2.5 inch. Now, there is also a boxy bag 2, and I'll just show you here. So there's 3 different colour options, but I want to make an important distinction. So we've got pink or teal, and those are your inches. So you've got 1.25. Oh, sorry, you've got 3/4 of an inch, 1.25, 1.75, and 2.25. Pink or teal. But you've also got a blue version. Now, the blue is metric. These are your centimetres. So your smallest is a 2 centimetre. You could use that to box the bottom of a pocket.
Yeah.
Or just a bag that you want just a very narrow profile on, but a little bit of depth. You've got your 3 centimetre, 4.5, 6 centimetre and 7 centimetres. That's the blue. So when you come to order this, just keep an eye. If you buy the blue, that comes in metric. The others are imperial in inches. Now, at the moment, there isn't a corner accent to go with the boxy bag tool 2.
No, but
however, Emily,
to be continued.
could it be on its way?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I'm just thinking on something like a big weekender bag.
Yeah.
You really put them through their paces. That would look very stylish.
Yeah, I think it will. And again, that strength of it's going to add.
Yeah.
Stunning.
Oh, next time, please.
Yes, no
You're back
problem.
in March, aren't you?
I am back on Friday the 28th of March. Just
Pop it in your
confirmed
diaries.
this morning, so yes, pop it in your diaries. So to attach it together, so I've done the same on both of these. I'm going to pop them right sides together. This is how you'd sew this up regardless of whether you'd have the accents on or not. I'm going to sew down both side seams and the bottom seam.
Perfect, thank you. Just to reiterate, by the way, you don't need the boxy bottom to use the accent corners, but they work in conjunction. Right, about to sell out, by the way, the new one. Now, I've got the extra large boxy bottom, extra large. 3 different sizes here, plus a bias edge. So, pink or teal in inches. You've got a 3-inch, a 3.5 inch, and a 4 inch. So that would make basically a bag that had an 8-inch wide base. So really good for sturdy shoppers. You've also got a bias edge. So if you're doing things like cutting bias, or you wanted to mark a bias edge, say for joining strips of fabric, you've got that. And then the blue version, the sky blue, is the same thing, but in centimetres. So here you've got 7.5 centimetres, 9 and 10, and you've still got that bias edge. Christine's got in touch. Morning, my lovely. She says, morning, Emily. Glad to see you back. I made some bunting yesterday for my sewing room using the small bunting tool and a crinkled rotary cutter blade.
Oh, wonderful, Christine. That sounds very nice.
Is it spring bunting, Christine? I'm just making the new Tilda quilt with the new Tilda range.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling a bit of bunting.
Oh, yeah.
Coming on with that.
I must admit, I am ready for the spring colours. Spring.
Oh, me too.
We had snow at home all last week. Don't know whether you got snow, but we were snowed in.
Oh, no, really?
Well, sort of snowed in. My car didn't move for a fair few days, so.
Fine.
It's gone now. This morning when we were on our way here, it's quite tropical, a tropical 6 degrees now, as opposed to below freezing, so.
Sounds positively balmy.
Yeah.
Are we doing the zip panel tool next? Zip panel. Zip pocket, I thought it was, right. Okay, zip pocket tool. I have got the zip pocket tool and the zip pocket 2. This is the original. Now, this comes in 2 options. So, well, 3 options, but kind of 2. So you've got your inches, pink and teal, and you've got your centimetres, blue. So just keep that in mind when you're ordering your colours. If you order the blue, it's the centimetres. 17.5 centimetres, 20.5 and 23. And basically that equates to 7-inch, 8-inch and 9-inch. Now, Emily, I'm not a mathematician, not a whiz, but that doesn't look like 7 inches.
Yep, so I've done it again to think about portability, so if you're going to classes. So I designed the tool so it's half the measurement, and then the instructions will show you how to use the tool to double the measurement. But that way you can take it to classes. And again, if it were the full size, it would be a big tool, therefore bigger cost. And
yeah, absolutely.
I like to keep them all round a similar price point.
Absolutely, I think it's a lovely price point. Now, can you just give us show us an example of
I
what a zip pocket tool will do?
So we've got a bag here with a zip pocket in. So zip pocket tool would do that.
So what we might know as an envelope pocket.
Yeah.
Sorry, letterbox.
Letterbox, that's it, yeah.
I knew it was something to
Same
do
with
letters.
this one. So again, a lot of the time I've got mine on the outside of bags, but you could do them on the inside. The instructions just would work the same. You'd just be doing it on a different piece of fabric. You'd be doing it on the lining instead of the outer.
Yeah, these look great on the outside of bags, but when you're cutting your teeth and trying these for the first time, just put them inside a bag, and then if they're not perfect, don't matter.
It's just one of those items where when I started making bags, it was always the thing I feared doing, and more, I think measurement-wise, it was measuring the box. And you know, when you look at a ruler and you've got all your numbers on a ruler, it can be a bit intimidating.
It can.
And I just thought, how can I eliminate the intimidating nature of it? So obviously there's other than the numbers telling you what size it is, there's no little lines, or it's just the size that it is. Everything's measured out for you.
Yeah.
And hopefully then it gives you a bit more confidence to to have a go at the sewing part
I
as well.
agree.
Then.
You simplify things, you streamline processes, which is brilliant for beginners, but also just for anybody who wants hassle-free sewing, you know. It does the job. You pick it up, it's clear, it's easy to use. If you do mass production, say, for a craft stall or a business, again, it gives you that consistency and that speed.
That's it, definitely. I'll just show you what this has turned out like at this side, and then we could do the zip pocket demo if you wanted then. So, that is now what the box...
Fab. Love that. It's really cute. Really cute.
So I've not finished that side, but you can kind of see.
Yeah.
Get
Do you know, it
idea.
really elevates the fabric, the bag, the whole thing.
Well, obviously that's plain fabric, and normally I would be tempted to use that on the lining and not the outer.
Ooh, I don't know now.
Whereas I've sort of purposely used the plain fabric just to show you that you've really elevated it then, yeah.
Yeah. Now, for my money, Emily, what would really take that to the next level is a zip pocket on the outside with a zip overlay in cork, which we will get to in just a moment.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Don't you think?
I think so.
I just want to show you the Zip Pocket Tool 2. So I just showed you number 1, which was 7-inch, 9-inch, 8-inch. This is Zip Pocket Tool 2. You get 6-inch, 10-inch and 11-inch. Love these larger sizes because I make a lot of larger bags, yoga bags, shopping bags, things like that, a weekend bag with a big pocket. But also the 6-inch really useful. Now don't forget also that you've got a 10-inch here because you use it and slide it along, but you've also got a 5-inch. You've also got a 5.5-inch zip panel. Do you know what I mean? So you can use that as the full size for your pocket as well as the double.
Full size, yes, you've got 6.
So you get 6.
Yep.
Really good value for £9.99. You've got your 2 teal or pink in inches. I've got low teens of these. Please don't miss out. Please don't miss out. I've also got the blue, which is your metric, which is 28 centimetres, 25.5 centimetres, and 15 centimetres.
Lovely.
Now, next up, I just mentioned, Emily, zip overlays.
Yep.
Will you show us just generally what is a zip overlay?
So I've got loads of different samples here. So a zip overlay is just another way to elevate a zip pocket. So again, I use my zip pocket tool in conjunction with the zip overlays, but again, you don't have to. And it just highlights, so obviously you can sort of see the difference. That's without a zip overlay, but then that's with a zip overlay on. Just again, it's a good way of using scraps just to celebrate the zip instead of hiding it away like we often do.
But also on sort of like plain fabric, it really adds a bit of style, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think I much prefer these days using plain fabric and then elevating my bags, sort of doing things like zip overlays and fancy zips. You know, I've like got a bit of a glittery zip and a nice zip pull on that one.
Love that. Now, you've used things like cork, glitter fabric, PU. Do I need to use a fabric which is non-fray?
No, so a bit like the box corner accents, if you use normal fabric that would fray, you could either, again, do a decorative stitch zigzag or, again, heat and bond, bond web on it instead.
Right, I've got 4 different styles and I'm going to show you the tool, and I don't know, Emily, if you've got a corresponding sample that you could show. We're going to start with the hexagonal end. Okay. 3 different colour options. Teal and pink are the imperial. And they are 7-inch, 8-inch, 9-inch. They correspond actually with
the original zip pocket.
Panel, And then you've also got the blue, which is your metric, 17.5 centimetres, 20.5 centimetres, and 23 centimetres. we've put the original pocket tool. So these correspond, these work together. Or if you want to just do your letterbox zip old school style and then bling it up with the overlay, you can just buy the overlay and stitch it on afterwards.
Yeah, you could, yeah, definitely.
Okay. And do you have an example there of one?
Yes, would you
oh,
like
you
it,
can
or
hold
do
it
you
up.
want
It's
me to-
okay. Yeah, no, it's fine. We'll show it on yours.
Do you want me to overhead or there we
No,
go.
that's perfect. That's it. Yeah.
And that's your hexy one.
Lovely. Now the next one we've got is, this for me is very, very smart. This reminds me of like a traditional like brass letterbox surround, because it's got that sort of octagonal shape, but it's swooped out in the corners, which I just think is really elegant and lovely. Exactly the same sizes as the previous example. So this works with the original zip pocket tool. Pink and teal are imperial, blue is metric. And you've got an example of
Yep,
that,
I
Emily.
have, yep.
Love that shape.
It is a nice one, that one. Although I like them all, so it's hard to choose a favourite sometimes.
Well, true enough, true enough. Next up, rounded, the round. This is a bit like play school. Let's see what's through the round
Window.
Do you remember? See, I think everyone here is too young to remember play school. But it
No,
went
I
on.
think that rings a bell to me, yeah. I don't know though.
I mean, not the original play school with Hamble and Big Ted and Little Ted and Humpty.
No, that don't ring a bell.
Hamble, the doll, always terrified me, and my mum could never watch it with me without commenting on how dirty his face was. It was always grubby. Anyway, I digress.
Funny.
This is the round end. I love this. This is very smart. This is very chic. It's very classy, this one. Again, imperial metric. Same size to fit the original pocket tool. You have an example there, don't you?
I do, yeah.
Oh, you're lovely. Love that one.
Yeah, I do like that one. I do like the round.
You could also add some really lovely hand embroidery in those
Yeah,
rounded
you could.
ends.
You could.
A little flower in the centre and a couple of leaves either side. You could really jazz these up.
Could.
Amazing. That's that one. Again, really, I mean, especially low figures of the pink one. And then the last of them is the square. Again, lovely, simple but classy shape. Imperial and metric. Do you have an example? Oh, there
Yep,
it
that
is.
one.
Oh, and look in that pink glitter.
I like a bit of pink and I like a bit of glitter. Put the two together, you got yourself a party.
It didn't take much, does it?
Nope.
Not even a bottle of Lambrini.
Oh,
Right,
now
let's do
you're
the
talking.
curved corner tool. Oh, the curved bag. What's the curved bag tool?
Yeah, same as curved corner.
It is
Yeah,
curved
it's the
corner.
same thing,
Yes,
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Even I had to
Okay.
think then, I'm thinking,
Oh, Emily, do keep up, dear.
I know, terrible.
Here we go, the curved corner tool. This is the original size. Oh gosh, look, teal and pink are already limited stock. I've got 2 teal and 1 pink. The metric, now, I'm going to get, have you got all of it, or should I'm going to get this out. Because I just want to show you, if you miss out on the teal or the pink, I just want to show you that it is essentially the same size.
Yeah.
Okay, there may be the slightest
Slight.
variation, but
Yeah, I made little tweaks to it just so that then the numbers I could, because it doesn't always, I think 1 inch is 2.54 centimetres. That's too much of a random number for me. So I rounded the centimetres up, but then changed the tool accordingly. But there's only a fraction in it, if anything.
But if you miss out, the pink's gone, teal I've got 1 left, blue I've got 17. I'm just thinking if you miss out on those,
Yeah.
the blue one in this instance is really essentially the same. I remember the original play school. I'm so old. This is Emily's.
He's not that old. But then my
Probably
idea of old is like, you've got to be, well, I don't even know. Like, to me, my nan and granddad are not old.
Good.
They're not
Good.
old.
No, they're not. No,
I think they're watching, actually, so hi.
Oh, and also, actually, I did forget Jemima, the rag doll, who had like the cheeks and the long hair.
See, I remember that. I
Do
remember,
you?
yeah. That rings a bell, yeah. Yeah, and Rosie and Jim.
Oh, yeah, not to be confused with
Yeah.
Raggy Dolls.
No, that's different.
That
But I
was
remember
different.
Rosie and Jim
Rosie and Jim.
on the boat.
On the old, yeah.
Old, yeah.
I preferred the rosé and gin.
Oh, yeah, me too as well now.
I've grown out of Rosie and
Yeah,
Jim.
same.
Now, I've also got the XL curved tool. This is more like me, XL and curvy. These are the larger sizes. Pink is very, very limited. I've only got 1. Teal, I've got 22. Blue, I've got 16. You've got, let me just tell you, this is to round the corners of bags.
Yep.
Give us a
So I use it a lot in clutch bags. So I've rounded the corner of the flap. Idea behind this tool was I was forever getting plates, mugs, bowls, you name it. And then they never seem to make it back into the, the cupboard, do they? And then it's, why is there only 2 bowls here? Where's all the bowls gone? Well, they were upstairs while I was tracing. So now all the plates, pots and pans stay in the kitchen.
Good, glad to hear it.
So yeah, I've curved the flap, I've curved the bag itself.
Nice.
I've curved a pocket here.
That's lovely, I like that. It
Curve
just
the
adds a
flap.
little extra designer touch,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
it does, it does. It's a bit more of an elegant, I think there's different looks with boxy and round, and I think depending on what you're going for, there's a bit more of a, elegant
I agree.
about round.
Don't forget as well, quilters. We can use these to round the corners of our placemats, coasters,
Yeah.
and our quilts as well.
Yeah, anything like that. If you were doing little aprons and you wanted to round the bottoms, or even I suppose if you'd got like a dressmaking pattern like a shirt and you wanted the bottom, where the buttons are,
Yes.
if you wanted that rounded, you could use it for that.
Or even a collar to round out
Round
the tip
the
of a collar.
collar, yeah. An idea being that you've got a bit more consistency with the sizes on this as opposed to using a plate or bowl or...
True enough.
Yeah.
But it's consistent as well, because I've used plates before,
Yeah.
and then when I've actually measured, it's not even round.
Yeah, no, you're
You
right.
think they're
You're right,
round, but
not
it
quite, yeah.
depends. Steph says, Stuart, you make out you're old. You're younger than me, just. Well, it's only a couple of weeks and I should be 54, which...
We were on about this morning, weren't we? About your birthday.
Your mum's birthday
It's
very
my mum's
soon.
birthday soon. And I was here on your birthday last year.
You certainly were.
We spent each other's birthdays together last year.
We did. We did.
Oh, nice that.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I mean, not that old, but I mean, sometimes
you're not old.
when I talk with the spring chickens here, folks, then I feel quite old because I say things like, oh, who remembers so-and-so? And everyone just goes,
I'd like to think I'm an old soul, though, me, actually. I feel like I've got, I don't know, like an old soul or an old, I don't know.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know what it
like
is.
past lives or
Possibly,
past
yeah.
memories.
Yeah, I've never probably been into all the same things as what people my age have been into growing up.
It's interesting,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. I used to I always used to have like extra strong mints. And I got that from me nan and granddad. They always used to have like a bowl of extra strong mints. I don't think they have anymore, but...
Have you got
I were
humbugs
known.
in the bottom of your handbag?
I had some gold toffee pennies in my coat pocket
course you
last
have.
week.
Have you got a pack of tissues just in case?
Do you know? No, actually.
No, you're not that
No,
old.
I'm not that.
No.
No, we're not got there yet.
That happens at 50, trust me.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and I always carry ibuprofen. And
Oh,
I've got
yeah.
I've got upstairs ibuprofen and downstairs
I
ibuprofen.
always carry that with me as well. You just never know when you're just going to get a bit of a headache or...
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
We like to be prepared.
You have to be prepared. You have to be prepared. You do. You do. Right. XL curved corner tool. Pink has sold out. Blue is getting limited. Teal is very limited as well. If you want either of these, busy show today. Busy show. Right, next up, we've got the pleat bag tool. So, again, a gorgeous way of adding some shaping to a bag very simply. This is the OG, the pleat bag. This is...
I like that,
now,
the OG.
This is all in centimetres rather than inches.
Yeah. I don't know why that happened with that tool. It just felt right. Just can't explain it.
Fair enough.
Just felt right.
Works. Yep. And also as well, this measurement doesn't have to work with another measurement, does it?
No.
You're not fitting this with something else.
Yeah.
You're going to use this on a curve.
Yep.
But you could use any of these.
Any of them.
On
Any curve, yeah.
curve.
Yeah. And anywhere on the curve as well.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Will you show us how?
Of course I will.
2.5 centimetres, 3.5 and 4. And this essentially, you will use this to mark. They're darts, aren't they? They're darts, and they're going to create that shape in a bag.
They certainly are. This is a sample of a bag I did. So it's, again, use the curved bag tool, but there's some little... I've used the pleat bag tool, and it just creates a bit of depth. It's almost like the sister of the boxy bag tool. It's curve as opposed to boxy.
I've used that as well, Emily, in the top of a bag.
All right, okay, yeah.
Like a rounded top to a bag, and it worked really well with a zip.
Yeah.
So it was like a pouch, like a zippy pouch, but I used the pleats in the top as well, and it just created this really lovely shape.
Oh, lovely. Oh, that does sound nice.
Experiment.
So I've got 2 pieces of fabric here. Well, I've got 4 altogether, 2 outers, 2 lining. So I'm going to make more of a curved style bag. So I've just got my 2 linings here at the moment, and I'm going to use, we'll go for the 2-inch side. No, actually, I'm going to go bigger. I'm going to go 3-inch. So I've just lined up the 3-inch side, and using my heat erasable pen, I'm going to draw the curve. And you only need to do this on the bottom corners, a bit like when you're using your boxy bag tool, essentially. And then I'm going to cut through both materials. So you could do the same as well with you could layer up all 4 your outers as well, but...
Pretty fabric, that.
It's cute, isn't it? It's a bit spring-like. I'm feeling a bit spring-like, I think, today with the bright colours.
Yeah, I like it.
And then the pleat bag. So again, just because I've used the 3-inch side of the curved bag, I don't have to use any size really. It could just be the big one, the small one. I'm going to go for the 4 centimetre one because I've got quite a nice size bag. So I could either do it right on the curve there, I could do it a bit further down, but I think I am going to do it on the curve. And the best way to do it, I think, is fold your fabric in half, and so you get everything in the right place on both sides. I'm going to line the edges up, draw in almost like a dart, and then cut that out.
I've been using darts and pleats a lot more in bags recently.
Yeah.
It was a lovely profile to a bag, but I have struggled with marking darts. This is such a useful tool.
Yeah, that's it.
Pink's about to sell out, by the way. It's literally just a colour difference. Pink or teal. Oh, yeah. Look at that.
So all I'm going to do now is put the dart right sides together, and I'm going to sew it shut. So although you've cut it out, you're going to sew it shut, and that's what's going to create the shape. It doesn't matter really which side you start from, personal preference. Obviously, if you were doing darts in dressmaking, there is a bit more of a which side you start from. You still want to taper it in like you would a dressmaking dart, but you haven't got to worry about it being pointy or on the end or anything. There's not as much, it's not fitting onto your body.
No, it's not going to look unsightly on your body, is it?
I tend to start from the bottom, in all fairness, and I start a bit further in just so it don't get caught down the feed dogs of the machine. And reverse stitch. And then just sort of come in towards the point then. And then you're left with something. So you can already see the difference between the one I haven't done and the one I have. That's created a bit of a height on there now.
Absolutely. And that will create sort of almost like it's a gusset on a bag without having to stitch a gusset in.
Yes. No other pieces necessary.
Very cool. Pink, I've got one left, teal 13. Now, I've got the pleat bag tool number 2, and these are the bigger sizes. So if you like making bigger bags, or you want to have a bag that has a deeper profile, these are the ones to go for. Again, in centimetres, pink or teal, the only difference is the colour. You've got 4.5 centimetre, 5, 5.5 and 6.
Yeah, bigger bags.
The green is the teal. It's just, just a different word, same colour. Now, Steph's asked a good question. She says, do you need to cut the dart out, or can you just bring the two edges together, sew it and press it to one side?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Suppose again, just purse whatever suits you best, really, whichever way you think would make more sense for you.
Cutting it away reduces bulk, but I suppose
if
you're using
if you want a bit of structure.
A bit of extra strength.
Yeah, definitely. Good question.
So useful, aren't they? You know, we've had lots and lots of emails and messages in this morning from customers who've got everything, because and that's a very consistent thing. And I think the thing is, it shows that you've tried one and love the quality, they're useful, you've always got them at hand, but also as well, they all do a different, really important job.
Yeah, that's it. I think, again, I think bag making's my favourite thing to do, which is where this all came from. It's always, again, we don't get a lot of time to sew.
No.
I think it's a precious time, or at least it is for me, and I know it's probably the same for a lot of people. So if you can use these tools to cut tight, it's not cutting corners, it's cutting time down so that you've got more time to get things done, get your sewing done.
In fairness, Emily, this one really does cut corners.
Pardon the pun. Maybe I should have that as the tagline. No, this really does cut corners.
Yeah. We're not cutting corners unless we are.
And then I could put your name on it then. And the date that you said it.
Love that.
Oh, that's fun.
Right, now we need to move on because we've still got loads more. You have been busy. These are the zip panels.
Yep.
Love these. Now you might be thinking, what is that? What is that? You'll instantly recognise it.
Yeah.
Emily.
So, a zip panel is the zip closure in the top of a bag.
Yeah.
So apparently I never knew this, but apparently that is meant to be to put your brolly on top.
Okay, useful.
Never knew that until after the fact, but makes complete sense in my brain now that
Could
you
be
would
a truncheon for a police officer.
Could, yeah.
Could be a cucumber if you like to snack.
Could be anything.
Could be anything.
Could be anything.
Could be corn on the cob.
Oh, nice.
Who knew?
Who knew? But also as well, because it doesn't kind of attach at the side, you could have a water bottle.
Yeah, water
at
bottle.
The side.
That's a
or
bit
the
more
water bottle
sensible.
on the top.
That's the more sensible.
You might get a corn on the cob though, like if you're hungry. Nice little.
I'll be honest with you,
healthy
Emily,
snack.
I'd rather have the corn on the cob dripping in butter than a bottle of water, thanks.
Yeah, I don't blame you, to be quite honest. But the zip panel tool, essentially, again, it's all the measurements there to be able to cut all the pieces out, and then the instructions, because everything again comes with full photo instructions of how to use the tool for cutting out, and then how to stitch it all together. And you can pop it in whether it's a bag you've designed or maybe you've bought a pattern for a tote bag and you want to add it in, then you can.
Yeah, for safety, for security, great for travel bags. And as always, Emily's tools are multi-size. You get 6-inch, 7-inch, 8-inch. These panels don't have to go the full length of the bag either. Your bag could be 12 inches. You could still put the 8-inch panel in. It's still going to make it secure. Look, you even get the zip tab for creating the neat ends of the zips. 6-inch, 7-inch or 8-inch. And 2 colour choices, pink or teal. Pink or teal. There's no metric version of this one.
And you've also got the double sizes again. So if you use it on the fold, you get the double of what the size, so 12, 14, 16, and so on and so on.
Fabulous.
So 6 in 1.
Pink or teal. I've got less than 20 of each. So if you want that, I think that's one of the most useful tools.
It is a very useful tool. I think it is. Again, it's just one of them things. If you've been into your bag making, you've done your boxed corners, and you think, what else can I do to a bag to just make it even more special and up your skills?
Absolutely,
This
I
is the
agree.
tool.
Now we also have the zip panel 2. Is this in pink only or pink and teal? Pink and
It did come in teal, whether there's any teal, because I've got it in a, would you like to?
We've got pink and teal. Thank you, Emily.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, we've got the pink and the teal. There they are. There they are. So pink or teal. There we go. 9-inch, 10-inch, 11-inch.
And then 18, 20, 22 as well.
Of course, yes.
On
yes,
the
yes,
fold,
of
so you can do
course.
some really big bags.
Yes.
Nice weekend bags.
That'd be fab. From a very simple bag. And you've got your zip tab as well. They're all streamlined, neat, easy to use, functional. That's what I like. They're really functional designs. Fabulous. Well, now, if you've got quite a collection of Emily's tools, then you probably want somewhere to store them and keep them so they're to hand. Now, this has only been on once before, and I remember, Emily, this sold out incredibly quickly. This is the Emily Roberts tool holder. Now, Emily, you are demonstrating it better than I ever could. Have a look what Emily's doing. So you've got these different slots in there to keep all of your tools handy and available. They're the right thickness for Emily's tools. Look at that. You just slot them in. 6
slots in there. And obviously if you buy more than one, you can pop them together. So the idea I thought was that you could sort of build whether it's that way or you could have one sort of there and there.
Very clever.
Yeah.
Very clever. Very neat. It all matches. Now, would you, Emily, if you'd got all pink tools, you know where I'm going?
I do know where you're going,
If you've got all pink tools, would you get a pink tool holder or would you contrast with teal?
I think I'd contrast with teal.
Oh, team contrast.
Yeah. Only because I think like now I've just put the teal tools in the pink.
Hello.
And I can almost, I don't know, you can see them a bit better. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, no, I don't know. You see, I was thinking I was team matching, but now I think I'm team contrast.
Yeah.
To be fair, I'd probably have a variety of different colours of tools anyway.
See, I think I would, yeah. I think I'd have just a vary, because I love both colours, so I don't think I would always be able to stick to just pink or just teal, because I love both.
Just to let you know at home, pink is in the lead and actually outstripping teal by 25%.
Wow.
So quite a lot more popular in pink. Interesting.
So the thinner of the tools, so like the zip overlays, for example, because obviously although these are meant to sort of fit spot on, put it the right way, these you can kind of get them. They're still.
Ooh.
That's a different
Yes.
tool, but you can still get them get them to work.
So you could have your full set of zip overlays.
Yeah, just
in
on one
tool
tool.
holder.
Yeah, still sort of fit in, and will keep stood up.
Love that. Fab, that's the tool. Brilliantly demonstrated. Thank you, Emily.
No problem.
Let the Debbie McGee to my Paul Daniels.
No idea who you're talking about,
You see,
but
now,
yay!
now that makes me feel old. Doesn't that makes me feel old? Oh.
Oh, that's funny.
What was it, Mrs. Merton? So, what first attracted you to millionaire Paul Daniels?
You had absolutely no idea
Oh.
who you're talking about. So there
Paul
we are.
Daniels was a TV magician,
All right, okay.
and he was very good, actually.
Yeah.
He's very good. He's very good. And his assistant, the lovely Debbie McGee. He was referred to
Right.
as the lovely Debbie
Yeah.
McGee. And she was on Strictly a couple of years ago.
All right.
And it's fair to say, I mean, he's a great guy, but he wasn't a looker.
Right.
He wasn't a looker. And he wore quite an obvious toupee as well. And Debbie McGee, very beautiful, much younger as well. So she went on this chat show where the interview said, so what first attracted you to the millionaire Paul Daniel? But actually, they were such a devoted couple.
Oh, that's lovely.
Absolutely devoted, yeah. So,
Oh.
you know. Love wins.
Love always wins.
It does, it does. Right, next up, enough of all that.
We're getting
that.
quite, you know.
That nonsense. The quilt binding holder. Again, super useful, very cleverly thought out, and just lovely and functional, does the job. So this is for storing and dispensing your binding, whether it's bias binding for dressmaking or quilt binding. You can get your 2.5-inch quilt binding on there. So how does it work, Emily?
Yep, so I've got some bias binding here and 2 slots. It's up to you which slot you start on. So I'm just going to start on this one. So I'm just going to pop a little bit through there, and then I'm going to wind it on. So it could be, again, for bias binding, you could use it for ribbons, but hence the name quilt binding holder is, although I don't make quilts as such, this was a request.
What?
I've done little ones, but I've never done a big one. It's always one of those things, it's in the back of my mind there.
Is it?
Yeah,
Is it?
yeah.
Well, I'll let you off.
You'll have to show me your ways.
We don't want to know my way.
But if you were stitching your binding onto your quilt, you could keep it on the holder, and it's just a way for it to stop getting tangled. And when you're using it, it will just
Yeah.
unravel itself essentially.
Yeah.
As you keep using some, it will just keep unraveling.
I think that's really useful. Really useful. And you can get your 2.5-inch quilt binding on there, folded in half, because it's 1.25 inches wide once it's been folded and pressed. Yeah. And your aperture there is got to be at least 2 inches wide, hasn't it?
It is about 2.25.
2.25,
Yeah.
yeah. If you recently bought the Simplicity bias binding maker, you can make 6 different sizes of binding there, and you will no doubt be making meters and meters and meters of binding.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. Great way of storing your binding is, as Emily
Yeah,
said,
because you
dressmaking
can
or
just keep
quilting.
them like in a box or a drawer, just upright, side by side.
Also, as well, if you use things like a lot of ribbon, a lot of braid, bead, or pom-pom trim.
Yeah.
Again,
yeah.
great way of storing it tangle-free.
Just keeps everything nice and organised.
Could you put zip on a roll?
Yeah.
Zip on a roll?
Yeah,
would
not
work,
thought
wouldn't
about
it?
that before, but yeah, you
Zip
definitely
on a
could.
roll.
Oh, I like it.
Love that.
Oh,
Jamie's messaged in. Hi, Jamie.
Hi,
from
Jamie.
Leicestershire. I remember that programme, loved the stories. I'm 44. I'm guessing we're a similar age. Which programme? Which one was it, Jamie? And who do you think we're a similar age at 44? I'm hoping it's me. I'm hoping it's not you, Emily.
I'm hoping it's not me as
Better
well.
not be. Or Jamie. Yes, we're a similar age. We are very similar age.
I'm the big 3-0 this year.
30 this
Yeah.
Yeah. I almost now don't want Jamie to let us know which one he thought
I think
was...
we're just better off keeping it as, you know.
I'll be
we'll
very
never know.
flattered. You'll be insulted.
Do you know what? As a girl from Barnsley, I can take it. I can take the insult.
Yeah. To be fair, I looked about 40 when I was 15.
Give over.
No, but I mean, I'd got like a beard at 15.
I think men do look older because I'm older than Sam, only by about 9 months. But whereas we could be together, and I mean, I've not been ID'd for a while actually, but he would never get ID'd because he's got a beard.
Right.
Whereas I would, even though I'm the
Oh, I mean,
older.
I used to have to pay adult fare on the bus to go to school.
Oh,
and I'd be there in a school uniform, and I'd say to the driver, I'm 15, I'm wearing a school... And he'd be like, adult fare.
That's not fair.
You do. You didn't have things like ID then, did you?
No.
Yeah.
I once got ID'd after the age of 18 for a glue stick that you need to be 16 for. And I was just like, I mean, I must have been well into my 20s actually at that point. I got ID'd for something that I just could not quite wrap my head around why I'd been ID'd for it.
I got ID'd in the supermarket the other day for a bottle of wine.
Nice.
I was buying it as a gift.
Nice.
I mean, the man was laughing the whole way through, winking.
It depends what
He's
supermarket
like, are you over 21? It's like, all right, just ask me.
It's some people, when I've noticed when I get ID'd, it's the way they ask sometimes. I'm not bothered if you ask. I'm quite, it's quite flattering. It gets to a point where you think, well, actually, I'm quite flattered.
Yeah.
It were guy in the
happened to
local
me.
shop a few months back asked, and I got my driving licence out, and he clearly had just assumed I were a lot younger than what he was, and he went, oh, you're older than me.
Yeah.
Oh, by quite a bit actually. And I was like,
right,
you know what I mean? You just think
rude now.
backhanded compliment.
Absolutely. Right, next up, we've got the alphabet. Absolutely brill. This is one of those essentials, I think. Bag making, yes, but for quilters, really, really useful. Only available in pink. I'm not going to get it all out because, newsflash, there's 26 letters. Actually, newsflash, did you know that up until not that long ago, there was something like 28 letters in the English alphabet?
No.
We've lost a few letters in our alphabet over the last 100 or so years.
But then does that mean all the words have changed?
No, it was different sounds. There was one that was a PH, like a funny S.
All right, okay.
And then there was one that was like a double S sound.
Oh, so we're better off without
These
that,
aren't
really.
included in the template.
These are not included.
You do just get the boring old 26 that we're managing with now.
Oh no, the punctuation's in the other one. Ignore me.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me actually if there were letters that got dropped soon. I mean, not that would affect your alphabet
No.
set.
I hope not.
I could imagine like QU going.
Yeah, they're a bit pointless, aren't they, really?
It's about to sell out. It's about to sell out. Right, what about numbers? We've got pink or teal. Pink or teal. Again, you've also got punctuation in there. So you've got things like a hashtag, full stop, an exclamation mark, a comma, full stop. You've got an apostrophe in there. Or have you got an and, like at?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, an and,
Not
sorry,
an at.
and.
An and,
An
yes.
ampersand.
That's the one.
An ampersand.
But not an at.
No.
Maybe that's future pack. Yeah, because I suppose people, when they're making signs, you can make it up for websites or they're, handles for social media, making their own little banner for the stall.
Yeah.
At sign.
Next time. Right, that's the numbers. Should we do bunting? Oh, sold out. Bunting sold out. Now, we've got a few patterns, dressmaking patterns, one bag. Yeah, let's do the bag first, yeah. Right. And we're going to do something rather special. These are MEB Designs, and Emily, you very kindly told us we can do something special. New year, new hobby, and a whole new attitude. $9.99. Watch this. Be quick, be quick, be quick. $5.99.
Whoop, whoop.
I'm not even kidding. This is the bag.
Yep.
It's lush. Love that. You could make it in cork. You could make it in faux leather. Canvas.
Yeah, anything really.
shade.
And there's a zip pocket in here and the zip panel. So although I did the instructions for this before the tools existed, you would just be able to, if you've got the tools,
Yep.
you could just use...
But you don't need any tools to make the
No,
bag.
you don't need any
need the
tools, but should you have the tools and you get the bag pattern, then you can do something.
Really? Are those pockets at the side?
Yeah, like elasticated pockets.
Lovely. It's a lovely bag.
Do you know what? It's called the Rebecca bag after my mum, Rebecca. Obviously, was here this
Is that
morning.
the spelling of your mum's name?
That's the spelling of my
I love
mum's
that.
name. Yeah, yeah.
Love
and she's always liked bags I've made. So the handbag that she's got with her today is one of these Rebecca bags.
it?
Yeah, that I made her.
Smashing. Oh, named after your mum. How lovely. That's
Yeah.
really nice. That's really nice.
I'm not a nice daughter like that.
Yeah. Graham, if you're watching. Oh, your mum and dad are super proud of you. You know it. Never been reduced before. It's $5.99 instead of $9.99. That's whopping. Are they like sort of dressmaking style pattern pieces or measurements?
No measurements.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Easy, easy. Rotary cut. Very straightforward. Make it with cork, make it with vinyl. You can make it with faux leather.
Faux leather, yeah.
Nice. Courtway cotton.
Yeah.
Yeah, really nice.
Just anything really.
Great bag,
Yeah.
great bag. $5.99. Be quick, they're absolutely flying out. Circular scarf. Sorry, circular scarf. With tips on how to work with jersey. So if you've never worked with jersey before, this would be a great one. Should be $9.99. It's not today. $5.99. Now, do I need an overlocker to make this?
No, you could just use a zigzag stitch or
Regular
a stretch stitch on your machine if you've got a stretch stitch.
Great.
But I used to make loads of these. These used to be a firm favourite to make when I used to make and sell. So
Yes.
if you've got stock craft stalls, these used to be
Quick and easy.
quick and easy, big hit. I used to sell out these.
These are the
So
money makers.
These are the money makers, guys. If you've got a little business that you would like to make something for,
And
a
you're
bit
happy for
different,
that?
Absolutely,
Your range of
yeah.
policy is
I
fine with that?
encourage it. Yes.
Great. How much fabric do you use for one scarf?
I believe if you get a metre, you can sometimes get 2 out of a metre depending on the width. But a metre's plenty for one.
Yeah,
but
with jersey, because it's stretchy.
stretchy, I've sometimes been able to get 2 out of that.
Oh, fab.
Yeah.
Just want to read Sue's message on Facebook because it certainly made her day and I would love this. She says, I got ideated at a nightclub which was for over 21s only. I was 30 at the time and the only one in the group over 21. I was so pleased when I was ID'd that I kissed the bouncer and thanked him for making my night.
Oh, that's lovely.
He's now my husband. No, he's not.
I've had that though, being on a night out with everyone that's younger than me and I've been the only one ID'd. Crazy that, isn't it? So, this youthful glow.
Never.
It will not
ever
last
been
forever.
ID'd. I actually worked in a pub behind the bar when I was 16.
Wow.
That was how much older I looked.
Wow. That's a job I've never done that. I've never done bar work.
Yeah, I've done loads of bar work. Loved it.
Yeah, I can imagine it's quite a fun job that, to be fair. Yeah.
And I could pull a good pint of Guinness.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Mix a mean cocktail.
Oh, I like a cocktail.
That's just what I do for my social life.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the circle scarf. Should we do the ruffle top? Ooh, this is cute. This is cute. And this is instructions on how to draft and sew your own pattern.
Yep.
Tell me more about $5.99. You're kidding that? Huh?
bargain.
So tell me about that, drafting your own.
Yeah, so again, I think when it comes to dressmaking, it can be quite daunting, especially if you want to learn pattern cutting. So this is kind of a bit of an introduction. It's all basic shapes, but you can draft it exact to your measurements. So in the pattern, I tell you how to measure yourself or measure someone else if you're making it for someone else, and then how you draft the pattern from
I think
there.
that's so clever. It's that sort of teach a person to fish mentality, isn't it?
And you can even just cut. You don't even have to do a pattern piece. You could just measure it straight out onto your fabric.
Love that. You've got the methodology. You've got that methodology all explained, page after page, photographs, words, even how to turn it into a dress.
Yeah.
So not just a ruffled top, but a ruffled dress as well. And this really cute. Because I think sometimes as well, if you're, you know, very petite or very tall, or
it's hard,
you know, some people really struggle, don't they,
to
find even commercial patterns the right sort of size.
We went shopping at the weekend and Sam wanted some new t-shirts, and we've come to the conclusion we might have to start making him some because he needs a bigger size lengthwise because he's tall, he's got a long body. But they're all the size he actually needs for his shoulders. They just look like crop tops on him and he looks ridiculous. Whereas the larger ones, they just look like sacks on him, So this is if you struggle with anything like that, you can draft your own.
Oh, brilliant. Well, I'll throw down the gauntlet because there's a company that make T-shirts for fuller proportioned gentlemen, should we say. that again, attend to that because otherwise you end up looking like you're wearing a tent. And I think that's an ideal dressmaking pattern.
I find I struggle buying clothes because I can be one size in one shop and then another size in another shop, and then especially if you need a bigger size, you know, it can be quite hard that sometimes. I find that quite difficult. So if you're making your own clothes, there's no size labels in it, and it's
size U.
Size. I like that, size U.
Sue's message, she says it's not related, but still very interesting, Sue. I'm just making a pair of trousers for my daughter. What's the difference between a pleat and a dart?
A pleat and a dart on a pair of trousers. So a dart is more for your, well, I suppose they're both for shaping really, but your pleat is like two sides coming inwards, isn't it? Whereas a dart, I don't know the best way to describe that.
Open-ended as well, isn't it?
Yeah. But both
like
for fullness, really.
Pleat's a fold, isn't it?
Yeah, pleat's a fold,
Whereas
that's a good way to describe
dart
it.
is a seam, but it only goes so far.
Yeah, it doesn't go all the way down to the edge of your fabric.
Good question, Sue.
That is a good question, but best way to describe that.
Anyway, I'm more nosy about what the trousers like. What are you making them? And then the last one, very generous from our Emily, these at $5.99, is the jersey midi skirt. And again, this is how to draft and sew your own pattern. So this isn't size specific, $5.99. This is teaching us to fish. So that we'll always be able to, whatever our size, whatever our shape.
That's it, you can do it whatever length. So you could, obviously it says jersey midi skirt. It could be a maxi skirt, it could be a mini skirt.
It could. Fabulous. Really cool. Right, Emily, it's been a joy.
Thank you.
Always.
No, I've enjoyed being here as usual.
And thank you for bringing big stocks of everything, even
problem.
though we've sold out of most stuff.
No, thank you everyone for watching and buying. Much appreciated.
Safe journey home.
Thank
and
you.
We'll see you in March, the 20th.
Friday 28th.
28th March.
It's a Friday anyway near end of month, so I think that's the 28th.
Amazing. Safe journey home.
Thank you.
With Rebecca.
Bye.
Brilliant. If there's anything left in your shopping basket, do use the break to check out. Now, after the break, I'm going to be here with Brother Sewing Machines. I've got the NV1100, fabulous, and the awesome 250. So please don't go anywhere. Lots of demos, lots of know-how, straight after the break for our final hour.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone and scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Five managers from as far as Redditch are about to play the game of a lifetime to compete with each other to bring you the very best deals. It's a game of great savings, amazing products, and mind-blowing deals. Welcome to the Treaters. Now I'm going to walk around the table. If I touch your shoulder, you are a treater. Treaters, now reveal yourselves.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone and scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Now, before we even look at sewing machines, I've got some really lovely other things to show you. And I want to start with this gorgeous fabric. Now, I didn't mention that I'd got some fabric, but oh my golly gosh, I am so having this and taking this home. This is a bit of me. If you love quilts from the country, if you love Ellie's Quilt Place, if you love Kim DL, if you love those gorgeous, rich, warm, country colours, but simple designs, these are amazing. Now, these are from Andover. They're called Little Gems. Really super, absolutely gorgeous. The bundle should be £76.89. You are already saving half a metre. We often do this, don't we? You're getting 11 half metres there, half a metre for free. You pay £69.89. That's still a really, really good price per half metre. But we're going to do something even better. I want you to be quick when you're checking out. I don't want you to miss out on this. We're going to give you a whole metre for free. So £62.90. Now, at that price point, we're talking £5.71 for a half metre. It is beautiful. So Andover and Macawa, they're all one company. We know the quality. This is absolutely beautiful. And these are those sort of gorgeous kind of ditzy designs, kind of same colour on colour, tonal shades that just, I love these. I could use these all day, every day. I've arranged them in a beautiful kind of slightly graded look. You can see there you've got some beautiful blues, some soft purples, that gorgeous deep copper, a rich brown, some rosy pinks, and a little bit of green there as well. Absolutely delightful. Now, I only have a very limited quantity of these bundles. I think these are super, super useful colours and designs as well. Already a very good price per half metre. £76.89 should be the price. £62.90. That's a big old saving. That is a big old saving. I think that's absolutely fantastic and really, really useful colours. We can't make these bundles again. This is a case of one and done, I'm afraid. But a really, really good opportunity. Well done if you've checked out your basket. You're saving £13.99, which gives us a regular half metre price of £6.99. But at £62.90 for the 11-piece collection, you are paying just £5 and change. £5 and something. £5.71. £5.71. Gorgeous. I would use these to make a log cabin quilt, and I would use all of these colours on the dark side And then I would use either a selection of creams and tans on the light side, or even sort of pastel shades of all of these colours from my scraps. You could even add in some scraps from your stash. Just stretch it out a little bit, add a bit more variety. They don't have to be the same kind of flavour or style, just as long as they fit in colour-wise. Absolutely beautiful. Now, this bundle's flying out. I've sold a big chunk of the stock that I started with. If this is in your basket, I want you to check out. I don't want you to miss out. Use this opportunity to check out. What a gorgeous range. Absolutely beautiful. You've got all your lovely kind of warm rusts and rosy pinks, and then these absolutely gorgeous blues, like a deep sort of tealish, that lovely green. Quilts from the country, this would fit perfectly, particularly the autumn at the Forest Farmhouse. These are very similar to some of the fabrics I used. If you love Ellie's Quilt Place, if you love Kim DL, if you love that sort of style of rich country colours, you are going to absolutely love these. You're getting 5.5 metres, which means you're paying £5.71 per half metre. So amazing, £11 and something per metre. It's just incredible, absolutely brilliant. And these are designer fabrics here. Each one different design, different sort of ditzy design. You know, Andover and Macawa offer incredible value for money on their fabrics. They really do. You could mix these with maybe some linen textures. You could mix them, as I say, one half of a log cabin. Or if you want something really simple, think about maybe doing my Scrappy 16 patch from Make 100 Quilts. Mix these with some really bright and colourful fabrics from your stash, from your scraps, and make 16 patch blocks and sew them together. Use these where I've used the solids. Also, if you're a bag maker, adding in things like, you know, your contrast pockets, your piping, your covered buttons, your linings, all of these different things. What about making my Haori jacket, patchwork Haori jacket from Quilts from the Country, using either, you could do purples and blues, or you could do kind of purples, pinks, red. Can you see how you could start creating different looks just using, if you love the Cheddar at Midnight quilt that I had on, you know, there's so many different ways that you can mix these fabrics up. That could almost be Christmassy now. Tumbling blocks, dark, medium, light. Dark, medium, light. It's such a cool bundle. And of course, you don't have to use all the fabrics together. You can mix and match. These could be amazing stash builders. Now I've got single figures of this bundle left. You're saving the cost of a whole metre, all of that for free. Already an amazing price. Full price, this is already an amazing price. This is already brilliant. At £76.89, it's already a fantastic price. What's that per half metre? £6.99 a half metre. That is a brilliant buy anyway. But to be paying £5.71 per half metre is stonkingly good value and well worth taking advantage of. Right, I'm going to pop that to one side. Now, talking of stonkingly brilliant value, I've got some beautiful thread that I want to share with you. This is the Tula Pink Untamed collection. $99.99. Now, normally this is on two-way split pay, but we're going to do 4 split pays today, which means that you're paying just $24.99. 0% interest. You do actually end up paying $99.96. So you're actually saving 3p by buying it on split pay. Just saying. Normally, if you want to spread the cost, you have to pay a bit extra, don't you? A lot of other places. Not here. Not here. Now, here's the important message, okay? You've got such usable colours here. You've got your deep slate navy. You've got your deep aubergine purple. You've got these gorgeous lilac and amethyst colours, some jade, a dark and a light, some greens, some gorgeous pinks and an orange there. Piecing, applique, but incredible for quilting. Incredible. And here's the best news, 64 pence for 100 metres of thread. £8.33 a spool. Now, I just want to put it into context. It's 64 pence for 100 metres. I use Gutermann thread for piecing, applique and quilting on my domestic sewing machine, which costs £2.40 for 100 metres. This is 64 pence for 100 metres. This is Orifil thread, Italian, amazing quality, 64 pence. And today, and it's only going to be for today, at midnight tonight, this will drop away, 4 split pays, which means £24.99 to get this home. Because I know that spending best part of £100 on thread feels like a big investment, is a big investment, but you're spreading this cost over 4 months. And this is one time when I personally would definitely be taking the split pays on this, because for 64 pence for 100 metres of sewing thread, quilting thread, applique thread, you couldn't buy that wholesale. Absolutely amazing. What about a price comparison? This is £108.70. It's not a massive difference, is it? It's £8.71 more. It's still more, okay, but no split pay. No split pay. 4 split pays with us. 0% interest. You actually pay 3p less. Same pack. Ooh, ooh. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. £134.28. Plus your P&P. That's included. Oh, that's a relief. No way. Delivery cost of £31.86. So that's going to come to 165 plus. Whew, no, thank you. See, that's what happens when you buy, and you don't even realise you're buying from the US. And then you get import duty as well. The postage is astronomical. If you've bought anything else today, you've already paid your P&P. Okay, out of stock on this website, £110. Just, the thing is though, it's just such a usable selection of colours. Now, here's the thing, like, I'm just going to I'm going to put forward a theory, which is that the minute you put Tula Pink on the front, yes, Tula's fans immediately will say, oh, brilliant, let me at it. But if you're like me, I love Tula, but like at home, the quilts from my home, it's country colours, it's these. And you'd be forgiven for thinking, oh, Tula, no, I'm not going to like it. I'm not going to like it. It's going to be too bright. It's not for me. It's going to be too bright. Now, actually, straight away, you'll be like, oh, no, Stuart, I can totally see how the slatey blue and the dark purple are going to be amazing here. Of course they are. But what about these pinks? Well, the thing is, you've got to remember that when you come to actually use these threads, you are going to be using a single piece of thread. It is one individual. Oops. Can I get? Yes, I can. Top tips, take the bottom off. Yeah. And there's your thread, okay. Perfect. Perfect. I'd use it there, I'd use it there. Absolutely perfect. You know, you don't have to have exact colour matches. These purples are going to work beautifully with any of these. Now, this is the Tula Pink range. And you might think these are far too bright, but they're not. Actually, you know, I would say that that could work beautifully because it's actually picking out this. That might be the one you think, oh no, neon, that's never going to work. But actually, it would. But if you wanted something a little softer, go with that. June's got in touch. She says, hi, morning, Stuart. Is the thread a cotton or a polyester? Please and thank you, June. June, what a beautifully worded message. These are 100% cotton. 100% cotton. Now, I use whatever is the right colour, the right weight and the right look when I'm doing my quilting, my piecing, my applique. I use cotton poly mix wrapped, I use polyester, I use cotton, sometimes I use linen, sometimes I use trilobal polyester. So feel free to mix and match. I know lots of people have got their favourites, June. Maybe your favourite is the cotton. Certainly when you're using cotton thread, it has a lustre and a kind of gleam to it without being shiny. Now, I know when you look at the box of threads and the picture of the box of threads, you see that shine, but it's much more of a lustre with cotton. Whereas with something like a trilobal polyester, that's really kind of glinty and almost shiny, like a machine embroidery thread would be. But you get this wonderful kind of light reflection in your quilts, which brings them to life. Now, I just want to remind you that at the moment, we've put 4 split pays on this box of thread, meaning that you only have to spend £24.99 today to get this amazing box of threads home. If you wait until midnight, I'm afraid it will be 2 split pays and you'll be paying £49.99 in 2 instalments. We wanted to do something a little bit special. We're missing out on Janet Clare today, so we wanted to put something lovely in. So that's what we did. Really, really gorgeous. Just need to let you know when you've all checked out, I've only got 8 packs of thread left. In total, you've got 12 spools. Each spool is 1,300 metres of thread. £8.33, thank you. £8.33 per spool, 64 pence per 100 metres. And just to put that into context, a 100-metre reel of Gutermann sew-all thread or cotton thread is around about £2.40. You can pay more, a lot more, you can pay a little less, but roughly I pay around £2.40 a reel, 64 pence for 100 metres of Orifil, 100% cotton. Delicious range of colours. While we're on the subject of a delicious range of colours, I just want to remind you about this amazing bundle of fabric. I haven't seen this before. I am drooling over it. It is so very, very me. Absolutely lovely. 11 half-metre cuts of Andover Little Gems. You're already getting half a metre for free. You should be paying £76.89, thank you, £76.89. You were already making a saving of half a metre, but we've taken another half metre saving off you, saving a metre, £12.99 off, making your price £62.90, which is really, really great. It's a fantastic buy. And such usable colours. Delish. Now, I've got a back in stock, first time this year, and it's one of our Sewing Street Hero products. It's the Stripology XL ruler. Also, what a treat, it's on split pay. It shouldn't be, doesn't qualify for split pay, but it's on split pay. I thought 2 split pays, 3 split pays. It was on a show as a real special 3 split pays, and it hasn't been taken. Oh, well, now then, this is the day to take advantage. Okay, 3 split pays, which means your split pays are £23.33. That's amazing. That is a bit of a mistake, that, genuinely. Oops. We can't take it off now because it's been on air, but 23.33. It was a one-day special on 3 split pay. Yeah. Well, that's why it's sold out. We've got it back in stock, first time this year, and by accident, it has kept its 3 split pays. You're only going to have to find 23.33 today to get. This is the biggest. This is the extra large. And what you've got on your Stripology is you've got this series of open cut lines with teardrop shapes at the top and bottom that you put your rotary cutter into, and then you're cutting between the channels, which means no more missed cuts, no more dangerous blades flying off the edge of the ruler and putting you in danger. Most importantly, no more miscuts, but also if you're cutting lots of multiple strips, you can put your fabric underneath, you can square up one end, and then literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 before you have to move the ruler along. Fabulous for strips. You can cut in 1/2 inch increments. You can also cut a 1/4 inch increment. You've got full inch and 1/2 inch. So 1 inch, 1.5, 2, 2.5, and so on, all marked out for you. You've also got the ability to square up blocks up to 12 inch or cut blocks that are 12 inch or 12.5 inches. Loads of you with Stripology in your baskets. This should not be on 3 split pays. It doesn't qualify for split pay at all. We've done 2 split pays sometimes because it's such a popular product, such a brilliant hero product to have. And so sometimes we bend our own rules just to make it a bit more affordable. But there was a special, a one-day special, where it was on 3 split pays, completely sold out, and nobody reset the price or these split pays. So Hannah pressed the button and it came up 3 split pays. We can't change it now. No one's going to get in trouble. There'll be no getting into trouble. But it is a brilliant time to take advantage of that. A, that it's back in stock, first time for 2025. B, that it's on split pay at all. But also, thirdly, the fact that it's on an extra split pay by mistake, 23.33 to get it home. My friend Sally would call that a for nothing. It's a for nothing. Definitely a brilliant day to buy. 16 of you with it in your baskets. Do check out, won't you? Don't buy this tomorrow and get it on 2 split pays or no split pays. It'll definitely be corrected after today. Don't wait around for the next time it's on a special on 3 split pays. That might be sometime never. It might be in 12 months' time. It's on 3 split pays right now, 23.33. It will definitely be taken off at midnight tonight. You can cut strips, you can cut squares, hexagons, diamonds, triangles. You can trim your 1/2 and 1/4 square triangles. You can trim your background blocks. It's such a useful piece of kit. But the fact that when you lay your fabric down, okay, obviously you're going to have a cutting mat underneath here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to refold this. What you want to make sure is that your fold at the bottom and your fold at the top are equidistant apart. So sometimes I would do that on the cutting mat. Use the lines on the cutting mat to do that. And then when you lay this on top, you just need to make sure I think mine is, but I would check at home. But you want this. Can you see this line here is on a fold, and this line here is also on a fold. So it means that when I cut my strips, can you see that now? There we go. When I cut my strips and open them out, there'll be no elbow, there'll be no bend, okay? But then literally, look, all you're going to do is trim the merest slither off this side, if you're right-handed, and then cut your strip 2, 3, 4. No moving the ruler, no resetting, no reading, what am I on now? How many more do I have to do? Okay, if you're left-handed, trim up this side and cut from this direction. I mean, it's absolute genius. And what's lovely as well is the sort of weight of this holds your fab, and also it's got the non-stick on it as well, non-slip. Holds everything in place, which means that there's no more like pressing down, like I don't know what, and all that extra pressure that you have to put on. It's a lovely, easy, gentle, accurate way to cut multiples. Now you don't have to just cut 1.5 inch strips. You could cut a 1.5 inch strip, a 2 inch, a 3.5, a 5, okay? In one go. Almost half my stock is gone. If you want to get hold of this, today's the day. It's the 3-way split pay, right? It shouldn't be on split pay at all. Sometimes we put it on 2-way split pay just to make this hero product more affordable. We know you'll love it. Everybody loves it. Susie Duncan can't be with it. She can't make a quilt without it. I think that's fair to say. I use mine so often. I can't be doing with this moving the ruler every single time I want to cut another 2.5 inch strip. You lay your stripology down, and it's basically every square. Let me show you. Along the bottom of the ruler, your square is every 2.5 inches. So cut at the square, cut at the square, cut at the square, and you get 2.5 inch. Every star is 1.5. This is a marvellous ruler. Speeds up cutting no end. That's Mary in the West Midlands. Another one, I absolutely love these rulers. It just makes cutting so much easier and quicker. An investment, but a valuable asset. That's really nicely put. Lorraine in Lancashire says, makes accurate cutting so easy. Measurements are clear and easy to follow, and there's a good variety of popular angles and sizes too. So that's key. Sue, simple and to the point, really good. Wanted one for a while now. Sue, did you get yours on 3-way split pay? It's a mistake. It's a mistake. No one's going to get in trouble for this. But it was a real special. It was a one-day thing before Christmas. It sold out completely, and no one reset the split pays. Okay? So it stayed on. 23.33. It's just a great opportunity. So many of you have this in your baskets. Over 20 of you in baskets. Loads of you already checked out. Well done if you have. I'm a happy stripper, says Sue, into a point. It's a complete game changer, saves so much time, and an accurate strip every time. This is what we want. You know, it's an investment in a very useful tool. But it also, if it stops you miscutting fabric, what do you do with your miscut fabric? You meant to cut a 2.5 inch strip and the ruler slipped. What do you do with that strip? I know what most people do with that strip because it's what I do. It goes in the scrap pile and it probably never gets used. If you add it up every time you miscut, or put it another way, what's your time worth? Now, don't be saying to me, oh, I'm retired, Stuart, I've got all the time in the world, because none of us have got all the time in the world. The clock is ticking. I don't want to spend more time on a chore, a necessary part of my craft. It's not the creative part of quilting, cutting out, usually. There's nothing particularly creative about cutting 2.5 inch strips out of fabric. It's a means to an end. If you can get to the end where you've got your strips already cut, that's why pre-cuts are so popular, isn't it? Because the cutting's already done. Well, if you could do that in 5 minutes and you've got your whole jelly roll cut, you don't need to pay the premium for a strip roll, you can make your own. Quickly, easily, accurately. So many in baskets, loads of you joining us. We'll recap that if we have any left towards the end of the show, so stay tuned. Threadwise, the Untamed 4-way split pay. We did know about this. I've got single figures left. This is the Untamed thread collection with Aurifil, Tula Pinks Untamed. Now, just the most gorgeous array of juicy, fabulous colours. I hope I demonstrated earlier that even though initially these look bright, and oh, if I don't like bright thread, these won't work. I hope I demonstrated that these will work with softer colours, with more muted colours. Still a very, very useful set. You're paying 64 pence for 100 metres of Aurifil cotton thread. Compare that with the average price of a good quality, great quality, Gutermann Sewall, £2.40 for 100 metres, 64 pence. 64 pence. And I think, you know, if I was piecing, and normally I might use a white or a cream, that will do just fine. Now, 64 pence for 100 metres of piecing thread, that is cheap thread. I always say never buy cheap thread. Never, ever buy cheap thread, okay, ever. This is just an amazing buy. This is a cheap thread. This is Aurifil, amazing thread. You're getting this at the most affordable price I've ever seen it. It's absolutely incredible. But please don't hang about. Those split pays mean you can get this box of thread home for £24.99. That's unbeatable. That one Hannah did know about. And that gorgeous box as well. I mean, it's so covetable, isn't it? If you love Tula, if you love Anna Maria Horner, if you love Kaif, if you love your bright colours, of course, this makes sense. But equally, if you love your soft, your gentle, your subtle, your more muted palette, these are all going to work so beautifully. Even this green, this is, you know, this orange. If you're a scrap quilter, you know these are going to work absolutely beautifully with scraps. Love it. Absolutely love it. Now, quick bobbins. Just because if you've got any Brother sewing machine or embroidery machine, okay, you need to get yourself a couple of extra packs of bobbins. I don't need to tell you that. Yes, your machine comes with 3 or 4 bobbins. That is not enough for anybody. And then you lose one, you stand on one and break one. One's half full of thread, you haven't got a spare bobbin, so what do? You wind a different colour on top of the old. Don't do that. It's not good for your machine. It's not good for your machine. Brother bobbins, Brother machine. No such thing as a universal bobbin. Use Brother bobbins in Brother machines, embroidery or sewing. You get 10. You also, each one comes with a cover. Can you see it's this cover? It snaps on. So once you've filled your bobbin, or it's half full, you snap this on. It stops the thread coming off your bobbin. Saves wasting thread, means it doesn't get tangled, neat and tidy. But also you can clip these together then in a bunch, in a line. You could put your neutrals together or whatever. It means that rather than rattling around in the bottom of your sewing case or sewing bag, they're in a chunk that you're easy to find. Really cannot recommend buying these highly enough. If you've got any kind of Brother sewing machine, get yourself a pack or 2. They are super, super useful. And even if you don't think you need them right now, or if you're buying yourself a new machine, or you have recently, get yourself a set of bobbins. And it is this depth which varies between manufacturers, this depth. And Brother bobbins are a little shallower than, say, Janome or Elna. And of course, Bernina bobbins are metal. You know, there's no such thing as a universal bobbin. I know you can buy universal bobbins, but I would never recommend you do that. Okay, that was a bit of a serious note, wasn't it? Now, time to treat ourselves. This is the NV1100 from Brother. And I want to start by making a direct comparison with a sewing machine that we sell, and a sewing machine which I absolutely love, and that's the Elna 680 Plus. I would say on a foot package, quilting package, throat space and quality build, these are pretty much side by side with each other. If you're loyal to a particular brand, it's a bit like cars, isn't it? I drove nothing but Fiats for donkey's years. You probably don't even look at other brands. So if you're a Brother fan, you'll go straight to the Brother. But I just want to point out that side by side, these are very, very compatible or comparable machines. If it comes down to price, this is $999.99. Your Elna 680 Plus is around about $1,300. Now, just want a couple of points of difference. Hard case with your Brother NV1100. You also get your knee lift. You get a quilting package. Now this has been added in to the package. This is £160 worth of kit that's been added in for no extra cost. That includes your extension table, and it is a whopper. I'm going to put it on the machine in just a second. You also get your free motion grip. I will show you how that works in a second too. You get your darning foot, your free motion quilting foot. You also get your 1/4 inch patchwork foot with guide, and you get a walking foot with a quilting guide, that metal bar that you can use for straight line quilting. So you get £160 worth of extras included in the bundle for no extra charge. Let me just show you with that extension table. Now already you've got bigger than normal, quite a lot bigger than normal throat space. I'm going to measure it for you to be super accurate. This is often the deciding factor when we're choosing a sewing. Oh, here we go, Tracy. You read my mind. Morning, Stuart. Can you please tell me the size of the throat space? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. So, from back wall to needle position, 8 1/4 inches. That is what we would consider a mid-size. So without going into long arm, so you can get long arm sewing machines which have maybe 11 inches of throat space, much more expensive machines, much more expensive. Your average regular size is going to be about 6 inches. This is 8 1/4, Tracy. That's a lot. That's a lot bigger. You've also got a height here. This is fairly standard, to be fair, on most machines. It's 4 inches. That's pretty standard across all machines. This is what we call the harp. Okay, so you've already got a really big space to work in, but then I'm going to take the extension table off. That, by the way, has feet in the front and a second storage container in the back. Really like that a lot. I'm just going to grab the extension table. Now, I wonder, is Dan about? Could I grab the extension table from the FS250, please? I just want to compare the sizes. Because this is a whopping extension table. And I'm just going to pop this on and move this out of the way. Okay, 4 legs, all with independently adjustable feet, so you can get that completely stable to whatever work surface you're working on. This now becomes a huge working space, whether you make bags, whether you're a dressmaker, whether you do a lot of quilting and you want to be able to quilt your quilts on your domestic machine. This is now a huge workspace. This is how we conquer our quilts instead of being terrified of them. This is how we finish our quilts. Now, I mentioned that I was going to show you how to use the guide. So, fabric, quilt, this could be for free motion applique even. You've got your, I call them handlebars, okay, because that's kind of what they are. You've got grips here at either side. The lightest of touch is going to give you control. Brilliant, thanks Dan. Then on the underside, you've got a little bit like a snail or a slug, has our foot. This has got the same kind of thing, it's like a rubber gripper. So effectively what you're going to do is you're going to hoop your quilt or your fabric. Now you don't need anything on the bottom, it doesn't clip together. That rubber foot grips your quilt sandwich. And now with the lightest of touch, it is going to hold everything. Now I've taught many quilting classes, and really sometimes I call this the death grip. The pressure that people have to put sometimes to move their quilt around can really make quilting a drag. This solves that problem because the lightest of touch gives you complete control. Okay, so absolutely love that. Now I've got the FS250 extension table because I just want to compare the two together. Because sometimes when the extension table's on, it kind of just looks the same. And I just want to show you that these things are not equal by any chance. So this is the NV1100 extension table. Look, I think that really shows the size difference. Because actually, if I just show you that, and then just show you that, you wouldn't really get a sense of scale. You think, oh yeah, okay, that's the NV1100. No, it isn't. That is the NV1100. And it's all about increasing that work table, that work surface, because when you're working on larger projects, the biggest barrier to comfortable sewing is gravity. That large project hanging off the edge of your sewing machine, and the more of your project that can be supported by an extension table, the less you're having to support with your hands and move around. Okay, so this is really game changing. Although it's one of those things that can seem like oh well, it's just a nice little addition. Once you've used mine never comes off my machine unless I need the free arm. I never have the accessory box on my machine, never. Now, we've had a question asking, will this work with the Cutie frame, or in fact any of the frames? This is from Patricia, who says, morning, handsome. Oh, well, you've got my attention. Could you please tell me if this brother machine will work on my Cutie quilting frame, please? The larger the frame, not the mini. Thanks. Oh, Patricia, yes. Now, you know, the Cutie is designed to work with whatever throat space your machine has got. So, you know, it'll work with the FS250, which has got 6 inches of throat space, but it means that you've only got about this wide strip times the width of your frame. That's your working area. Whereas with your NV1100, you've got an 8¼ inch throat space to work in, which is 25% bigger. Okay, so you've got, but it's not just 25% bigger, it's that times the length of your frame. That's how much more of your quilt you can quilt. So, for example, when you're quilting your quilt, this might mean that you only have to advance your quilt 3 times instead of 5 times, for example. It's the same thing with my long arm in my studio. About 2 years ago, I changed from I think it was about a 13-inch throat space to an 18-inch throat space. And the difference that's made is now I can quilt a quilt in, say, 60 minutes that would have taken me 2 hours before. Absolutely game-changing. And again, a bit like the extension table, it seems like a small thing. Oh, it's this much deeper. But when you multiply it by the width of your quilt, that is a huge amount of extra quilt that you can now quilt before you have to advance. So really good machine to have on your cutie. And even though this is a much bigger machine, it's heavier. Your cutie frame supports the weight. You can move that sewing machine. You know this already, Patricia, you've got one. You can move that machine with one finger. Absolutely superb. Now, do we have a slide for the MV1100 with things like the stitches and the brilliant, the accessories, that kind of thing? Superb, thank you. So, you know, it's really important when you're buying a machine that you know your machine's got everything you want. No one wants to go out and spend extra money on top of what's in the box. So you've got your zigzag foot that's already on your machine. You're going to use that for the vast majority of utility stitching. You've got your buttonhole foot. You've got, I think, 8 buttonhole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 buttonholes. 10 buttonholes. You've got your overcasting foot that you can use to neaten your fabrics. Now, it's not in stock at the moment, but as soon as we get the side cutter, brother side cutter foot back in stock, it's £40. That will then help your brother machine do the job of an overlocker. With your overcasting stitch, it will cut the fabric and over edge stitch in one action. So that is one foot you might buy. It's £40, but my goodness, it's brill. You've got your blind stitch foot, your zipper foot, your monogramming or decorative stitch foot, your button fitting foot, so no more hand sewing buttons. You've got a grid sheet. This is for creating your own stitches. So what this has got is it's called My Stitch Design or something like that. I should know this, but it's got, so you can actually create your own stitches, your own decorative stitches, and it's a really simple process too. Knee lifter, foot controller, button, not My Stitch Monitor, no. It's called something like My Stitch Creator. It's really cool. It's also got alphabets. And it's got loads of decorative stitches. That's just a superb machine, it really is. Also, one last thing I want to mention about the machine is that it has extra long feed dogs and an extra long J-foot. So if I grab that, and I'm just going to grab the FS250, and the J-foot. I just want to compare the two. So, can you see the difference in length? Now, I know it's only, it looks like a small thing, but your MV1100 being longer and your feed dogs longer means that the fabric is controlled for longer, is held firm for longer, which means your stitching quality is better, more consistent, neater, more accurate, which I think is what we're all aiming for. Okay. I know it's something to think about, but for £199.99, that's your first split pay, you really are getting a superb sewing machine. I think with this, you need to get it home, get it threaded up, and use it. Remember, if it's not for you, you can return sewing machines if it's not for you, if it doesn't do what you need it to do. I'm really confident that it will. So I would give it a try. Right, we need to talk about tomorrow and actually the rest of the week, because tomorrow, this is what the menu looks like. It's the start of Manager's Specials. Oh, yes, and you know what that means. The treaters are in the house. I don't know if they'll be wearing those hooded capes, but they will be here with the most amazing deals throughout the week. It starts at 8 a.m, but we have a secret treater who's coming in at 11 for the last 2 hours. So we shall see. We shall see. But Scott, our MD, will be with me at 8 a.m. Right, just before I go, just want to mention the Stripology XL ruler. It's one of those things kind of we all want. It's a little bit of an investment, but this is the best day to buy because by accident, the special 3 split pays have been left on. It completely sold out before Christmas. We've just got it back into stock and nobody thought to change the number of split pays. It doesn't qualify for split pays at all, but today you can get it home for £23.33. Right, take advantage. I'm going to go before my voice deserts me. I will see you bright and early tomorrow at 8 a.m. Let's make it a date. I will see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow. It's going to be a busy and exciting day, so make sure you tune in right from the get-go, right through to 1 o'clock tomorrow. Now, you don't need to touch your dial, you don't need to go anywhere, because our sister channel, Hobby Maker, is about to take over the airwaves. They've got a fabulous afternoon and early evening for you. So stick around, and I'll see you first thing in the morning.